There was a dark-haired guy near the mansion. After crossing his hands, he began to ignite the fire. A flame broke out in his palms as the guy stretched his hands forward, creating a spell and releasing a fiery ball. The guy fired from his palms with a huge fiery bullet that flew forward and accurately hit the center of the target. After getting a flask with water, he stopped for a moment, and at that moment, an elderly woman approached him. She praised the boy sincerely for his skill, sincerely surprised, as at such a young age, one of this family became the first true genius to have magic so skillfully. The guy turns to an older woman and looks at her in surprise. Then, when he blushed, he notes embarrassedly that she exaggerates. The woman, emphasizing her figure, is interested in what he means. The old woman with delight states that the young man has extraordinary power and exceptional accuracy in possession of magic. And despite the fact that he has not even received his gift, the guy thinks about the words of the gift. When a person is 15, the goddess gives her special skills. Among the many different gifts, those that open combat skills are most appreciated. Suddenly behind the guy the bright light flashes. The powerful flow of energy crashes into the ground, and in its radiance the figure of a man emerges. The guy and an old woman are shaded by her hands when a powerful wind rises and chicken spins in the air. When the guy picks his palm away from his face, he is amazed. It was a lightning witchcraft. Right behind the boy's back, his older brother suddenly arises, confused, and does not understand where he got. Small rotates, and with surprise recognizes Kita. The guy approaches his younger brother, addressing him by the name, Alma. He is wondering if he is still engaged in training. Kita is approached by the Summer Lady, and smiling calls him the most prominent genius of the genus since its foundation. She assures that his talent of Lightning Lord has attracted the attention of many. Even the guards do not hide their admiration, considering it unsurpassed. Elmo approaches Kita, puts his hand to the heart and confesses that he is very proud of him. She notes that the cat has its talent at a truly exceptional level. The cat looks at Alum with a dissatisfied look. The guy has wondered if there is something to help Kit to have the opportunity to talk to him. The cat wanders the nape of the neck as if hesitant before you becoming. He says his father spent time to talk to Alma. Alma's eyes extend from surprise. Alma went to the house. He came out to meet him and invited the boy to sit at the table where his father was already waiting for him. Alma went to the dining room and sat down at the table, generously filled with a variety of dishes. At the opposite end, her father had dinner. The man reports that in one day Alma will receive his gift. The guy confidently states his words and is slowly taking into food. The man spinning a glass of wine slowly in his hand, looking thoughtfully into the ruby depth of the drink. A barely noticeable smile appears on his mouth. He also said that he tried to invite Kurech and Kita to the ceremony, but they would not be able to come. Alma is not offended. After all, these two are always concerned. Alma frankly admits that he is not yet ready to accept this gift. He doubts if he can get something really useful for a friend's family. The man wipes his mouth with a napkin, and without hesitation, states that he expresses everything he has. He hopes that Alma will take his wisdom. The Alma's face was burning with excitement. The guy was well aware. Hereditary gifts pass from generation to generation. In his family, the father owns the gift of the seer, and the mother has the ability of sorcery. In such families, children often inherit the magician's talent. In fact, the eldest son of Kurek was awarded the Dara Fire Magician, and the second son, the cat, received the power of the Lightning Lord. Each of them got a special thing, endowed with the power of natural magic, and therefore both became sorcerers. However, their abilities even exceeded the gift of the sage. Although the sage himself owned an extraordinary magical power and could instantly create various spells, his skills were rightly considered the most powerful among all magicians. The guy remembered how his father reached shiny heights for one generation. Thanks to his merits, he rose from the usual landless to the honorable Graf. Alma is convinced that if the gift of wisdom is passed to the family for 2 generations in a row, their family will become extremely powerful. The man adds that he puts great hopes on Alum. He notes that he watched the boy closely from the early years, so he was convinced, no matter what gift the guy received, he will inevitably become valuable for his family's family. Alma looks at her father. He, with a slight smile, reports that he is lucky to cut a little time in his tight graphics, so he will be able to attend the ceremony. I was scratching and tears made in my eyes. He wiped their palm, barely holding back emotions. At that moment, sincere happiness raged in it. Alma returned to her room to dress. When he was over, he moved to the building where the ceremony was to take place. On the way, the young man thought, even if he did not get the gift of the sage, even if his talent is the worst, he will still make every effort. The guy entered a huge hall where crowds of figures gathered in front of him. Just in the center stood an elderly man in a cloak, supported on the staff. He announced that the gift of Alma Fellow will begin soon. The guy decided to make every effort to get a reward for his talent. In addition, he wants to do it not only for himself, but also in honor of his father and family of his friend. The old man begins to talk about a gift. The boy closes his eyes shyly, and his cheeks flare up with a blush. The grandfather cannot name this gift. Meanwhile, the guy is looking forward to without opening his eyes. Suddenly, the old man opens his eyes wide and looks at the Alma. He thinks about the meaning of what he saw. Alma is surprised to look at the man. A quiet hum is rising in the hall. Everyone begins to whisper. Alma's father, worried about a delay, asks why he has not yet been announced. He turns to the priest and directly asks what the gift is, Alma. The priest, looking gloomfully, replies that the boy was not destined to receive any gift. The man looks at his son, not able to understand what is happening. It requires explanations. The guy again scrolls in his thoughts his cruel truth. He has no gift. Widely opened his eyes, he asks how this could happen. Everyone who watched the ceremony was whispering. No one could remember that someone was left without a gift. People wondered, how could it happen that in such a respected family, the son of the sage himself did not have abilities? Alma did not take his eyes off the priest, trying to understand the event. He lacked the air, everything squeezed in his chest. A remote moon came to him by someone's condemned voices. Alma's father approaches the priest and asks for it all that means. He insists that there is a mistake, because he is convinced that the gift is received by all without exception. The priest tries to reassure him, explaining that such has never happened and assuring that only the truth tells everything in everything. Alma does not want to bring his father. She again convinces herself that she has to make even more effort. He remembers his father's words of hope to pass on his gift to the sage. Alma realizes that to meet these hopes, especially now that he has no gift, he will have to make even more effort. The guy recruits his father's number, in his thoughts again and again, in eating his words, in which he convinced, his son will certainly find a place in this family, no matter what gift he will fall. The man looks sharply and asks with indignation how Alma generally dares to call him his father. The guy stands struck without believing his eyes and words of his father. The man asks if the guy really does not realize what difficulty he got into. Alma tries to assure that even without talent it can be useful. A man with a sharp wave of his hand produces a magical blow, which instantly deprives his son the opportunity to utter a word. Suddenly, an attack flies in front of Alma, leaving a noticeable trace on the ground next to his feet. The man notes that the difference between those who are endowed with the gift and those who do not have it are just enormous. He asks whether the guy does not hear whispers in this room, in which everyone is convinced, in everything the heredity is to blame. The man states that through the Alma, their name has become tainted with a black spot. This is a great shame for the family. In the background, someone mockingly throws, "Alma is just a rich boy." The man extends his hand forward and with a cold smile states that he was so helpless that he has failed to accept a gift from his family. The man expels the Alma from the family of that boy. After the ceremony, the guy goes to the nearest tavern and orders himself a strong drink. He drains the mug behind the mug, and at this time, he has all the son of that man received a dreamy gift. Alma noticed that rumors would be lightning. He ordered another mug of drink, giving him 700 gold coins. The amount he received from the family of that man was as much as 50,000 gold. It was a huge money for a person, abandoned by all, and not at all aware of real life. Alma gets out of her place, realizing that now it is not at all the moment when it is worth looking for entertainment in alcohol. Visitors at the next table turned and looked at the guy carefully. I thought interested in how he would live now. He was already going to get out of the tavern, and suddenly the visitor from the neighboring table inadvertently put his leg, and he glowed on the floor. The guests exploded with laughter. Alma tried to get up, but the forces left him, only left to lie on his back. At that moment, he realized, now only loneliness around him. In this world, no one will reach for help. Alma cursed. I am convinced that without the gift and without the house, it will become invisible to all around. It seemed worse, could be worse. The guy became interested because he just noticed something strange. He laughed, thinking about whether it was all amazing. his special gift. Suddenly the guy hears the voice that reports. His gift of the reincarnator has just been activated. His eyes are widely revealed from surprise. He almost grasps from the floor, touching his head, trying to understand that it was a mysterious voice that just came. Suddenly the same creature is called, reporting that he was passed on memories and skills from his past life. The guy tried to understand what was happening around. Suddenly, acute pain pierced his whole body, forcing her teeth to glitter. It was at this moment that he heard a voice that informed him of the inheritance of a new status. All visitors laughed mockingly. They noticed how the guy's face was skewed and wondered what he was doing. Those who put his foot were sure that the guy was only exaggerating, as if he had hampered. The guy rose from the floor and shouted loudly. Suddenly, an unknown voice told him that he successfully mastered the magic of attack, support, protection, recovery, space, spirit, and special magic. But as soon as the guy heard that he had also awakened his spontaneous, spatial time and forbidden magic, he was engulfed by unbearable pain, and he cursed. Then Alma fell to his knees, his hands unheard of heaviness hanging down. With a deep sigh, he finally realized the reason why he did not receive his gift during the ceremony. Alma thoughtfully examined his hands. He realized that he had a special gift from the very beginning. His body was enveloped by a powerful aura, which felt even from afar. Suddenly, someone called the boy, wanting to find out what he was doing. Alma first engulfed fear, but when he turned, he noticed the figure of a man in armor. The stranger asked who in fact was Alma. Alma is wondering what happened. The man points his hand to the tract and asks whether this guy is guilty of what happened to visitors. Looking at, Alma notices that all clients of the institution have faint. The guy realized that it was charming energy. Those who are deprived of magical protection were influenced by a powerful wave of magic, which broke out during the transmission of the strength of the reincarnated. The man took the battle rack, looked closely at Alum and asked what he conceived. Then he asked who he really was. He first accepts Alum for another robber, and then surprises where this guy has so much strength that all visitors are so quickly pacified. Alma tries to convey to the man that he did not understand him, but he roughly interrupts his explanation and prepares to attack. He states that it is useless to talk to this guy, but the guy skillfully avoids the blow. Alma closes his eyes and thinks. A reincarbon is a gift he received in his first life. He knew well that the reincarnator gave a chance for a second life only once. All skills and memories are returned only when it turns 15. The young man reaches out his hand forward and begins to wither. It causes darkness, emptiness. A black portal is revealed in front of him, from the abyss of which skeletons break out. The guy seeing fear hammers him, and he loses the gift of language. At that moment, Alma recalls that the first life was given to the sake of accumulating strength. He put everything on the map in his second embodiment, and gained all possible types of magic. The man could not stand the invasions of the skeletons, which were poured out of the portal, and eventually fell without consciousness. It was then, almost in the middle of the tavern, that he looked at his palm, realizing that from now on, his second life is just beginning. The knights questioned the visitors of the tavern in which the fight took place. One of the audience mentioned that among the guests was a young man from the Philos family. One of the knights says that last night, all visitors to the tractor suddenly fainted. Another knight is immediately interested in what happened. The narrator only shrugs his shoulders, confessing that he does not know the details. One of the knights draws attention to a narrow lane and suggests that Alma could hide there. However, the other knight immediately waves, believing that there is no point in rolling in this place. The interlocutor denies this, insisting that everything is completely different. He assures the knight, if they manage to catch Alma, they promise a generous reward. However, the knight still decides to inspect the lane, but after looking, does not find anyone there. At that moment, Alma used his magical abilities to climb the wall and go unnoticed for knights who were on duty below. Alma realizes that the incident in Taverna has already learned. It presses against the wall and rises on the roof. Alma realizes that staying in the Empire in exile is not the best choice, but he has no idea where to go. Alma recalls that in the west of the Empire is the kingdom of Fenrir. It was a huge state that was not inferior to Aristotle's empire in its power, and existed for more than 200 years. If Alma is not mistaken in his memoirs, it was there that his secret shelter had to remain from his past life. True, he is not sure whether he has survived, since it has been over 2 centuries since that time. Alma eagerly wanted to find out how the world has changed over all these years. Alma knows well that there are often carts on paths that carry goods to trade with the West. He decided to go down below. Stepping on the street, the guy notes that there is almost no one around because there is a morning and the city is just waking up. Suddenly, the guy notices the familiar figure ahead and stops sharply. Just in front of him is a cat. He is welcome and notes that he expected the boy for a long time. Alma begins to worry anxiously. The cat with a smile is wondering why the guy started a fight in the tractor. He notes that the expulsion for the shame of the good house of the house did not teach it at all. The git smiles and reports that their father is angry to the edge. Alma begs her older brother to stop and wait for her. He tries to prove that there is an unfortunate misunderstanding. He assures that all events in the bar are an accident. Alma convinces the guy, at least what happens to their family he does not want to regret with his eldest brother, so he decides to leave the empire. The git sets jaws from rage, even the word is not. He murmurs that everything remains as it was. Alma, looking at his brother, cannot tread what he is talking about. The Gweet breaks the conversation. He is indifferent to what happened in the bar. All he wants now is to deal with his younger brother. Alma's eyes are instantly expanding from surprise. The cat extends his arms forward and begins to wither. He confesses that all his life has treated Alma cruelly. Alma tried to understand what it means, whereas the cat erupted in a scrapeful stream of magical power, cherishing in the heart of evil wishes for his brother. Alma instantly understands that the cat directs a lightning ball on him, a simple but unpredictable lightning spell, whose strength depends entirely on the witchcraft. In addition, Alma's older brother is the highest-level magician, so it is impossible to light this attack. A powerful explosion rises in the air. People who find themselves instinctively close their hands, protecting themselves from a cloud of dust and destructive explosion. The cat with a smile watched as a guy with a crash took a powerful blow. But suddenly, someone's hand stretched out of the clubs. Kita's eyes were widely revealed from surprise. He notices that Alma put a stone stove in front of him, which interferes with Kita's blow and protected him. Alma used the magic of the earth and created a spell, a stone shield. The cat asked his brother whether he was able to own the magic of the earth. Alma confessed that he had been training long ago. Alman was well aware. Although it may seem strange, earth magic perfectly opposes the lightning element. Kit's jaws are squeezed from anger. He bitterly points out that man always behaved in the same way. And then, as if lowering his hands, he admits that he is just tired of all that. Alma looks at him in a question, the cat with a sigh of clashes, confessing that the achievements of his younger brother have always impressed more. He was constantly in the shadow of other people's success. Alma tried to invite to his older brother, but he stubbornly did not want to hear any of his words. The git explained that is why, having learned that Alma never received a gift, he felt incredible relief. Suddenly the git did not resist and laughed loudly. Alma just looked at him silently. The cat raised his hand and began to express his dissatisfaction with his family like a man like Alma. He concentrates all his magical energy in his own hand and solemnly announces that it will win Alum here. Alma looks at the guy with horror, already guessing which spell he will use. He in despair exclaims that there are people who can suffer from a magical attack nearby. However, in the thoughts, the guy waves. They say that none of the passers-by has nothing to do with him. The cat uses lightning magic, an incredibly graceful spell. Daimos notes how a lightning spear flashes in the sky. He does not leave an alarming thought. Will his older brother really be able to break through the earth and a protective barrier? Alma realizes that if a ricochet involves an ordinary person who has no protection, then at least he will remain with serious injuries. The Geet with a fierce cry orders Alma to turn into coal and immediately releases a magic charge. Alma's eyes are widely revealed. At that moment, the cat is delighted with a powerful explosion that rays in his eyes. The Geet is filled with laughter, noticing the giant trail that left the blow. He sighs heavily, opens his mouth in surprise because he no longer sees Alum. The guy looked around confusedly, thinking where his younger brother went. While the cat squeezed his fist with a wrath of anger, Alma stood on the roof and watched his older brother carefully. In a moment, Alma was able to create a protective barrier, thus protecting all the passers-by from the attack of Kita. All passers-by wondered how they were inside the barrier. Alma used the magic of space and used the spell of teleportation. Everything happened almost imperceptibly, even without a single whisper or a gesture, but it took a lot of man from the guy. Alma thought to pull so many people without any spell, The matter was extremely exhausting. Alma impresses his older brother's power, but he does not approve that he is involved in similar cases of outsiders. Alma apologizes to his older brother for having to face him and neutralize him. The cat was engulfed by a fierce anger. Raising his hands, he released his magical power and fiercely asked where Alma disappeared. Alma looked at his brother and realized how powerful his lightning magic is. He, however, had one vulnerable feature. Alma picked up a pebble and threw him into her brother. He hit his head straight and flew away. Alma shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of her older brother. The cat turned around, and its indignation has only increased. He is persistently questioned in Alma as she managed to survive after the attack. Alma denies that this time everything is not so easy. The cat notes with a mockery. They say that the guy could surprise, but decided to open. Alma explains that he just wanted to answer his question. Alma assures that he does not need any tricks to cope with his own older brother. The cat is curious about what the guy is in mind. In response, Alma makes her hands in symbolic seals and calls for the powerful magic of the earth. The guy decides to use the stone prison. The cat is surprised to notice how stone obstacles begin to grow around. He shouts to Alma, demanding that he does not underestimate him. Alma, folding his palms, again uses lightning magic, and finally, creates a real castle of stone. The cat is angry with the fact that Alma was able to conquer even the magic of lightning. However, the guy asks if Kit has paid attention to one extremely important detail. Alma explained that his older brother had even more magnetized the earth with his magic. Due to this, his next attack will only become more powerful. The cat with curses on his mouth tried to escape, but the stone prison kept it firmly without giving a chance to escape. Alma decided to come to the aid of the pastors who almost did not attack the cat. In addition, he helped an elderly woman get up and restore balance. Passers-by thanked the boy for saving them, but Alma indicated that they should have been asked in front of him. He tried to tell how everything was really, but he was interrupted. Passers-by asked the guy not to be modest and honestly admit that he saved them. Initially, the guy watched every passerby. He smiled and thanked each of them. The git turned to Alma with distrust, asking when he managed to master such difficult spells. He is convinced that Alma hides something from all. The git is shouting with despair that he disappointed his father without gaining the wisdom of the mentor. He decides that the guy just wanted to pity him, not exacerbate the situation. A view full of tension requires a git from Alma. Alma recalls how the cat taught his magic lightning. He assured his brother that this element is extremely useful and versatile. It can be used not only for attacks, but also, for example, to attract a variety of items. Alma always respected his older brother deeply and secretly dreamed that one day he could get closer to him. Alma appeals to his brother to seek no longer look for him. He replies that he is going to leave the empire and go to the east, although he actually plans to go to the west. Alma with a smile confesses that he would not like to face the incredibly powerful thunderstorm of Kita again. The cat looks at him confusedly, and then his face is clarified by a crazy smile. He is convinced that Alma really moves to the east. He states that the guy is quite timid. Then she asks Alma if she really believes that his older brother will just leave him alone after that. The cat shouts that he will now follow his younger brother without stopping. Alma rotates and says goodbye to her brother. Alma goes away. All are amazed by the fact that the man disappeared so unexpectedly. The girl in the hood closely monitored the development of events. The guy wandered the city until he came across the cart that he went west. The driver pointed to the boy where he could be located. Alma was comfortable in the van, shook his head and wondered. For the first time in his life, he travels a cart, and even so far from home. A blonde girl comes to the carriage. The guy immediately recognizes her. He clearly recalls how he saw this stranger on the square. The boy's gaze changes instantly as the girl pays attention to him. He is surprised. Why does she look at him? A man enters the wagon and reports that he needs to check. The knights approach the carriage, reporting that they have noticed a dangerous magician. One of them states that they must be examined by all passengers. Alma looks out and suddenly notices the knights. One of them turns to the man and is wondering if the passengers have documents. In response, one of the passengers demonstrates the papers and calls her name. Alma took a step into night darkness, checking the documents. He wondered if he should use teleportation. The knight turned to Alma and wondered if the guy would show her documents. The guy was confused and scared. But a girl suddenly appeared in front of him and confidently stated that Alma was her brother. The girl stared at the night sky. She called the moon and said she'd arrived from western Flemish lands. Having demonstrated the documents, the girl assured that Alma was her brother. Later, The Nationary of the Night Darkness translates its view to the rest of the companions and begins to interrogate each of them. The moon returns to its usual appearance and size. At that moment, Alma looks closely at the girl, thinking why she decided to help him. He suggests that it is her way to thank for salvation on the square. However, he has a different reason inside him. Meanwhile, the knights report that passengers have already been inspected and give the cart to move further. The wheels are creaking, and the carriage goes forward. Alma returns to the girl and thanks her for supporting him with dark nights. He sincerely confesses that she became his rescue. Alma reaches out to the girl's hand and seems. He notes that he previously noticed it on the square and expresses joy about dating. The moon extends his hand in response and presses it firmly. Alma exhales, and the girl watches his carefully, literally holding her eyes. In her memory, a boy's fight with Kit is floating. Suddenly the moon is talking about teleportation. The guy turns and notices that the girl is barely audible whispering. She quietly explains that it is extremely difficult to master spatial magic. Not everyone is up to everyone. The girl thought for a moment, and then turned to Alma. The guy looked at her immediately in his eyes. The moon appealed to the guy, asking him to help her. He threw a shrewd, serious look at the girl. Alma continued to look carefully at the girl, watching her attempts to voice her request. Collecting her arms on her knees and raising her face, she tidied with the question. Could the guy go with her to her native land? Emma wondered why she wanted to return home with him. The girl replied that she had an assignment that can only trust him. Alma thinks for a moment, and then claims that he was clear. He suggests that the girl saved him precisely that he went to her homeland with her. The moon is looking intently at the guy and asks what it means. She begins to actively wave her hands, explaining that the guy did not understand it. She did not mean that she was obliged to her. The moon is embarrassed, lowered and filled with a blush. She quietly admits that she only wanted to help Almi. The guy looks at the girl. A sincere laughter escaped from the mouth of Alma. The girl wondered in surprise that so cheered Alum, and the guy hurried to apologize. Alma did not mind helping the Luna, but now they were supervised, so the walk could cause a lot of trouble together. The moon closes the eyes and recognizes. She realizes how unexpected her request is. He adds that if the guy has any things, then first it is worth deciding them. Alma silently fades for a moment, and then thinks about what things are about. Alma thinks that in his past life he has been strongly improved and mastered by powerful magic, only to finally become happy. Sometimes he wants to achieve the desired power, but he is not sure whether it is the right way. Alma lifts her head and looks carefully at the girl. He is wondering what true happiness means for her. The moon is wondering why the guy asks such questions. Alma explains that he is just curious to know how the girl treats this topic. The moon turns away and sinks for a moment. Recalling her parents, she blushes slightly. And then with a smile he confesses to the boy that for her true happiness is a family. The guy, surprised, asked, "Why the family?" Luna says he cares for people from his native land. It is extremely important for her family and friends to be happy in their lives of joy and laughter. This is what, she said, brings her true happiness. Alma looks at the girl in surprise. The moon tilts the head slightly and asks whether he is ready to accept such an answer. Alma summarizes. In his opinion, this girl rejoices when others are happy. He considers it true nobility. The girl looks carefully at the boy, hoping to hear something important from him. Luna is wondering if Alma really fought with her older brother. The guy raises his head and looks at the girl in surprise, but she explains that she was on the square and listened to part of her conversation with Kit. The moon was not sure of everything, but it seemed to her that she heard her brother mention something that he was kicked out of the house. She is surprised to ask whether his relatives were put outside. The guy only smiles quietly. The moon suggests that Alma went on this journey to take revenge. The young man is silent for some time without giving any answer. After crossing his hands on his chest, he with annoyance notes that he remained at all. Everyone left him, taking away everything, even his home. The young man notes that there are things much more valuable than everything else. For him, the house is a place where he came into the world and grew up among his native suburbs. It is there that people who are associated with a long history from childhood live. Therefore, he in no way wants to cause them to suffer. Luna is wondering why the guy is so good. Alma replies that he considers himself a coward because he lacks courage. Alma apologizes to the moon and confesses that he takes time to think about her offer. He asks if the girl can wait until the morning. The moon agrees and says that it will wait for his answer the next day. Alma finally decides. He will definitely answer the girl. Once again, Looney thanks for her support and help. At this point, the cat Rasplov runs to his father's office, decisively dissolves the door, and calls his father loudly, asking where he went. Looking at the room, he does not see Daddy. The only one who he finds here is the maid standing away. The guy was boiling from anger because he lacked permission to deal with Alma. One of the maids reported that her father ordered Alma to return home at any cost. My father was sitting in the librarian's room, deepened with how Alma managed to overcome Kita. The man was aware that although Alma had no Dara, his abilities were quite enough to beat the experienced high-level magician. The father hoped that this victory would return their family to a lost reputation. The maid stuck in detail all the details of the event. According to her, Mr. P said that way. From the herd cat was confused his mouth, and his fist trembled from rage. He clenched his hands so much that blood came from. Anger overwhelmed every cell of his body. The cat escaped. He understood that if Alma returns, everything would get again as before. Perhaps even worse. Her words about a boy who allegedly had to go to the east came out in her head. The git appeals to the maid, asking her father to pass. Alma is about to go west. The obedient girl nods and immediately goes to the assignment. The cat smiled cunningly like a predator. He realized that it was too dangerous to contradict his father, so he decided not to go against. The guy was sure. He was only one in the course that Alma moved to the east. The guy threw his coat and smiled, aware that the way back was gone. He very much wanted Alma to linger because he intended to make him pay for all his iniquities. The cat walked through the corridor, and in his laughter was a fierce echo. Paradoxically, the cat, trying to deceive his father, he himself suggested the right direction. As a result, the boys would follow Alam right to the west, and the cat would get lost somewhere in the east without any purpose. At this time, Alma went to the city of Calistello. The cart, where the guy was traveling, finally arrived in a lively shopping city. Alma went to the nearest tavern and paid for the night. The owner of the establishment showed the boy on a room that was located at the very end of the corridor. The young man spent 2,000 gold coins, after which just over 1,000 left in his pocket. Together with the moon, they went on a journey of the empire, and, after all, reached the trade city. With no other way out, he was forced to stay in the tavern. Alman was perfectly understood. To move on, he definitely needed money. However, if Falaus had already released him on the heels of the pursuers, it was dangerous to delay. It was short. Alma thinks about whether you should visit some cave. He suggests that something is really valuable there, perhaps even gold. But suddenly he is illuminated. What? How did he hide something for himself in his past life? The young man reached forward and called on spatial magic. He was able to take advantage of the accumulation. Right in front of the guy, suddenly there are a cube and a table with an inscription. After reading it, the guy learns that thanks to this magic, you can open a storage facility in another dimension. The size of this storage is determined by the level of magical power of the one who creates it. The young man realizes that he was in vain. In his past life, when needed, he hid all his good without thinking, not even knowing that he would need it all in the future. The guy pulled out everything that was stored in his inventory. Before his eyes appeared a whole mountain of skins of different animals and a variety of parts of their bodies. Eyes, tails, fangs. Alma, with a sincere smile, imagined how it would help him solve financial troubles. He was going to sell all this property to have enough money on the road. The young man stared at the panel that came before him and wondered how to dispose of the rest of things. He sincerely hoped that it would not cause unnecessary fuss. The guy wondered, will a real, unique artifacts that can only be obtained by defeating dragons or other dangerous monsters will appear in his life? However, he decided that these trophies would not have much value, because probably no one would want to own them. Alma decides that it can no longer be worse. He plans to go to the guild the next day and find out in person. Thoughts of the future do not give him rest. He looks thoughtfully out the window, remembering the promise given to Deluni. At this time, the girl slept on a bed in one of the city tavern. She stared out the window and thought about the coming day. The young man crossed the threshold of the guild building. He finally found the premises of an adventure guild in a trading city. They often stop here for a break, so the hall was crowded and humorous. The guy was thinking where to put all these magic things and who to sell them. Suddenly, one of the adventure seekers appeared behind him, who threw his head on the floor, complaining that he was too heavy. Alma rotates and notices an adventurer in front of him. A frightened cry breaks from his mouth. This adventure seeker apologizes. Alma comes closer and wonders if everything is fine with him. The adventurer smiles warmly and apologizes for causing. He notes that the hole was too large, so the guy did not notice Alum. Alma was surprised to think that this traveler, probably, a peer. The young man quickly paid attention to the simple equipment of a stranger and decided that before him, a newcomer who had just brought his first prey. The guy also paid attention to the blood that flooded the face of the adventure seeker. He immediately thought that he was injured during the battle with the monster. Alma confesses that he is guilty of everything. He did not want an adventure seeker inadvertently release the creature's head from his hands. However, the adventurer reassures Alum, assuring that nothing wrong has happened. In his opinion, when the monsters are unconscious, they fall down so much. The young man calls himself a traveler and is represented as a Roel. He guesses that Alma is not born from these lands and is wondering what the guy can help. Alma seems and says that she is actually looking for a place where you can sell materials. Raoul replies that if he needs a pawnshop shop, he knows where to go and can do. The two of them head to the pawn shop. Alma notes that he is clearly not local. The man confesses that he was in a difficult financial situation, which is why he was here. Raoul is surprised to ask if Alma really visited the guild. He hopes that the guy did not want to become an adventurer. Alma responds in surprise to Raoul's opinion. He assures that his visit to the guild is not at all related to the intentions to join the ranks of adventure seekers. Alma notes that if he manages to sell these things, he will go to the families. Raoul is interested in this question. Then Alma asks if it seems strange to him. Raoul replies that everything is fine. There is nothing suspicious. Rode notes that for such a large guild, many adventurers gathered in this hall. It is because of a large number of people that a special hierarchy has developed here, and it is not at all liked. Aro explains that this is why Almi suggested that he join the guild. However, in his thoughts he intended to gradually take her from this step. Alma looks carefully at the boy and notices a bruise on his shoulders. He wants to find out in what battle Raoul gained so many slaughter. The guy rotates and looks straight at the Alma for the first time. Alma, pointing to the boar, explains the situation in detail. It again reminds that it was this animal that has left numerous bruises on Raoul's body. Finally, the guy is aware of what the conversation is about, and it has admired that these wounds did not appear because of the attacks of Zara. He smiles and, trying to reassure the interlocutors, asks not to worry about it. The Almentor notices the admin. Both guys come back to her immediately. They are approached by a girl who is kindly interested in whether they intend to sell something. She also asks whether they have a map of adventure registration. Alma does not understand what card is discussed. The administrator explains that only officially registered members of the guild can use the services of pawnshops. She politely asks the guys to present their documents for checking. Elma preferred to stay away from the tangled blame, but she had no choice. She had to find documents and transfer them for check. It was at this moment that Raoul attracted her attention. He winked and suggested that the boy lend his card, so he will be able to sell his own materials under the name of the role. He doubts that the administration recognizes all adventurers in the face. He is sure that the girl will not notice anything. Alma returns to Raoul. Alma notes that he is heard only because the guy speaks too loudly. Raoul embarrasses the nape of the nape and apologizes. He confesses that such things should be discussed in advance. The administrator only smiles, seeing in his words the absolute inability to lie. The administrator extends his hand and assures that there is nothing wrong with that. She explains that the rules are not forbidden. Once the card holder does not deny, the guys can be followed. The girl puts the stamp. Raoul reports that it is time to go to the pawnshop and evaluate the things brought. The three of them cross the threshold of the store. Alma looks carefully at the weapon that hangs just above his head. Elma and Raoul headed for a rack with a weapon, near which the man in the bandana was on duty. They gave him materials for sale. The man says that he usually buys the skin and claws of a boar for 5,000 gold. However, he was brought too much this year, so he will take only 3,500 gold coins. Raoul lay his hands behind his head, and with a smile notes that for true happiness, he is enough to have everything he needed. The man, struck by his simplicity, is surprised by the size of the boy. He says that Raoul always brings wild boars or small game for dinner, and is interested in whether such a monotony is bored for the young man. The man turns to the boy and is wondering why he does not want to hunt for giant monsters. He adds that the boy, at first glance, is quite shaky for this. Raoul laughs and suddenly recalls one of his friends urgently needs help. Again, the problem with the giant size of this guy. After that, he looks at Alma and is interested in why he holds his finger in the air. Alma reassures her husband. They say, "There's nothing to worry about, the boy is about to get everything you need from his inventory." Raoul and the man, puzzled, ask what the guy is going to do. Alma suddenly realizes that others do not see the panels with which he works. Having drawn the surface of the panel, it causes a mysterious cube. Both the roll and the man stunned looks at this amazing artifact. Raoul immediately addressed Alma to the question of what focus he demonstrated to them. The man replied that it was not a focus, but in fact, a repository. This time, a man approaches Alma and surprises he noted that at such a young age, he managed to master such a spell. However, Alma modestly denies. They say, "This magic is not so striking." A man puzzled by him in his words asks that he means. The man notes that even having such a spell, it is quite realistic to break into the tops of the tradecraft and make a brilliant career of the merchant. For a while the boys are immersed in silence. Then Raoul turns to Alma and says with delight, "It is really incredible." Alma confesses that he himself had no idea. He believed that magic exists only for convenience. Raoul looks at what Alma brought, and his eyes expand from surprise. He is interested in what the guest brought, and immediately takes a look at the prey. His attention is attracted by the legend of the fire dragon, fangs, and the demonic general's belt. Alma thinks why the guy reacted so much. In her opinion, the things he found in the repositories were really very important. Alma apologizes and wonders whether the materials he have found will be so cheap. Raoul's husband has amazed his eyes, and without holding back his voice, exclaims in surprise, "Why does he speak in such a tone?" They say that the materials brought by him, on the contrary, will go into a whole wealth. Alma feels a lot of tension. The man examines the materials carefully and is interested in where the Alma got them. He notes that such things cannot be just bought. He then takes the fang and reports Alma that the fire dragon is classified as a monster of A. A man adds that beginners adventurers usually burn in the first minute of meeting with such a creature. The man goes to pleasure. To give the impression of sincerity, he drops to his knees and bows his head. He hopes whether Alma will allow you to buy the necessary materials. The man thinks that Alma intends to sell these materials where they will be offered a higher price, so he starts to bypass different places, learning about the value of the goods. The man persistently asks Alma to sell him materials. He convinces her that this is his only chance. He can never meet a person again with the same materials. Alma eventually agrees, and promises to give everything he needs. The man raises his head and asks whether the guy is really sure. Alma spreads her hands, reaffirming her words. Then he asks the man to rise from his knees. A man with tears in his eyes thanks the young man, and assures that he will pay for the last penny. He asks Alma to stay for a short time. Meanwhile, Raoul approaches Alma with a warm smile. The man removes the pencil and begins to record the list of materials together with the amount that is ready to pay for them. Alma flips the price list and says that 2 million will be paid for the materials. Raoul, not believing his own ears, sells in a stunned, he has never encountered such a space amount before. Alma and no idea had that he would pay such crazy money. In his opinion, everything that remained in the repository is worth a fortune, so he decides not to lose vigilance, because someone can try to cheat or even rob it. The man wipes his face and confesses that he has never seen so high-quality materials. He admires their wonderful quality again, assuming that they are so good only through long storage. Having waved Alma's hand and her companion, the man hopes for a new meeting. Finally, he asks Alma to go to the reception to receive a reward. Alma notices that a man has tears in his eyes again. Alma bows low and expresses her sincere gratitude to her husband for such a generous margin. He, turning away, waves tears from his eyes. He is convinced with all his heart that he should thank Alma for all the valuable materials he provided. Alma with Rauda approach the registration rack. The girl impresses that the boy has to pay 2.5 million. Alma with Raoul go to a cozy restaurant nearby to finally be reinforced. They order a whole mountain of flavors without hesitation. Raoul, slightly embarrassed, asks whether he really deserves such a generous hospitality from Alma, because he seems to him that he did not help her. Alma begins to assure the guy that nothing would succeed without him, which is why she is so grateful to him. She adds that she is ready to pay even if he desires it. Raoul also asks to move from official tone to more casual communication. At this point, Alma recalls how the girl on the reception was warned that the money would not be ready immediately. so they and Raoul decided to go to dine. Raoul is interested in how Alma won all these materials. It seems to him that the boy alone could not overcome such monsters. Alma fades for a moment, and then slowly wipes his lips with a handkerchief, thinking how it would be better to hide the truth about his past. After a short pause, he matures the idea of saying. He cautiously explains that he came from a wealthy family, and when he was kicked out of his house, his relatives gave him things the last time. Raoul looks at the boy and notes that there were many trials. Alma apologizes, thinking that she was too harsh. Raoul smiles and assures that everything is fine. Alma confesses that he is even glad to leave his home, because now he can bring many of her plans to life. Raoul first looks at the guy, and his gaze is amazing, and then he looks away and smiles visibly, amazed at how strong and decisive Alma turned out to be. Alma wondered if Raoul was really strong, to which he answered with confidence, because he was convinced that true power is the ability not to lose optimism and never give up. Raoul suddenly becomes focused and confesses that he also dreams of owning such force. His hands are uncertainly fit under the table. The almanaut carefully watches the change in the guy's behavior, and is interested in whether it has a relationship with Raoul's abilities. Rovin raises his eyes and notes that Alma probably heard from the pawnshop owner about his habit of hunting only small monsters. With his eyes, he adds that when a terrible enemy appears in front of him, he unwittingly begins to tremble the whole body. From the very beginning, Raoul does not believe in victory, and is tuned in advance to defeat. Seeing the rivals, he immediately decides that they are too strong for him, so it is impossible to overcome them. Such thoughts are constantly swinging in his head. The young man becomes solidified by horror. Fear paralyzes every muscle, and he is not able to move. Alma listens carefully to the interlocutor, and Raoul, smiling awkwardly, scratches the nape. It seems to him that the path of a real adventurer is closed for him. Alma notes that Raoul considers him strong, although in fact the Raoul himself has enough strength. Raoul asks in surprise what she means. Then Alma asks why he degrades himself in his own eyes. She emphasizes that he is a real good. Alma persuades the roller. She has never met so compassionate and friendly person to a stranger. Hasamas. Alma raises the index finger. This gesture, in her opinion, is already enough to say a lot. She begins to convince the guy that he has real courage and a wickedness. Verkus listens closely, and Ruel is embarrassed and red. At that moment, Alma realizes that the more talking to strangers, the more excitement feels. Alma also believes that Raoul wisely evaluates his own strength. It is this feature that is the basis for significant growth in the future. She emphasizes that adventurers who rely on or despise the enemy are eventually defeated. Alma smiles and says Raoul, if he makes an effort, he will certainly be a first-class adventurer. He confidence in himself with a thumb and sincerely promises the boy. Raoul is further embarrassed that his cheeks are filled with a blush. He turns to the boy, expresses his sincere gratitude for his support, and, quickly waving his tears, confesses that he is extremely moved by heard words. Raoul admits that Alma is truly wise, and smiling confesses he feels as if he had just communicated with his prudent grandfather. Alma is also red. He agrees at heart. The guy is not quite mistaken, because in his first life, Alma lived almost a century. Suddenly, the bell was ringing over the taverna door. Alma and Raoul instantly shifted their views on the newcomers. One of the men welcomed Raoul as he was doing. The role tensed and hugged himself as if looking for protection. Everyone immediately noticed that the guy was frightened by this man. The bell above the door did not subscribe, every time announcing new tavern visitors. Each of them, crossing the threshold, went through the hall just to the table, behind which Alma and Raoul sat. Raoul is incredibly alarmed by the appearance of a man with scars. The mysterious stranger turned to the boy and he, holding his breath, waited hard to hear his words. Raoul looked away, saying greeted with a man named Evan. He noted that if Evan came to the adventurous contribution, he would only be able to pay at the end of the month. Evan laughs, puts his hand on the table and leans slightly towards the guy. Raoul, in turn, lowers his gaze. Then Evan turns to Alma and wonders if he has recently appeared in Lombard. Alma confirms his words. Evan adds that he heard that Raoul's things had been appreciated with a miracle. The man raises his hand and emphasizes that strict rules apply in their guild. As he sighs, he explains the boy. Everyone should pay the adventurer's contribution. Raoul begins to be clearly angry. Evan decides that Alma is a newcomer in the guild. so he hastily tries to convince the boy to make a compulsory contribution to adventurers. At this point, Raoul with irritation repels the chair with his foot. Ivana embarrasses it, and he is wondering, "What are you doing?" Raoul smiles and assures that Evan is wrong. He convinces the man that Alma is not an adventurer at all, but just a client he knows. Raoul adds that since Alma is not a member of the guild, she does not need to pay anything. Finally, she is wondering if he expressed everything correctly. Evan smiles with a corner of his lips and wonders what happened to Raoul. He notices how laughing the guy is and guesses Raoul's confidence is a consequence of a solid reward he received for his help. Alma does not have time to hear what Ruan and Evan talk about. Suddenly, someone turns to him. The young man rotates and notices the girl from the reception. With a serious look, she asks him to approach, explaining that she has difficulty in documents. Emma nods as a sign of consent and rises from the table. Raoul behind cannot hold back a smile, and Evan only looks around, not understanding what is happening. Raoul squeezes his fist and says he has urgent cases, so Alma can go to meet with a girl at the reception. He patches the boy friendly on his shoulder and promises that they will still intersect. Finally, Raoul passes the guy the same thing and then leaves the room. Alma looks at her hand and then draws attention to the subject that just handed him Raoul. Looking a little, the young man realizes that this is Raoul's registration card. Alma thinks of what reason he gave him such an important thing. Alma immediately feels that something is wrong here. Men who have entered the tavern do not give the impression of friendly people. Suddenly, the administrator reports that 3 visitors who have just entered the tavern belongs to the rare searches of the adventures of rank B. It also adds that these travelers have extraordinary abilities, but their character leaves much to be desired. The girl says that their gang requires tribute from all adventurers. Almost monthly adventurers have to pay them money. The clan has a huge impact among masters, so no one dares to violate their rules. Alma wonders if the girl went to him for help, but, leaning his head, he replies quietly. Raoul joined Evan and his company, only to allow Alma to leave the guild without obstacles. She suggests that Raoul gave Alma to the registration card, so that he could receive money for the materials collected. The girl removes a bag of gold coins from the purse and puts it on the counter. She informs the guy that he can pick up his reward. Then he turns to Alma, warning it as soon as possible to leave the city. At that moment, someone's blood splashed into the lane. Raoul, suffocated, stood in a fighting rack. Ivana is interested in whether the enemy will give up. The bandits grabbed a purse into the guy, checked his contents, and, twisted, noted that he had earned almost nothing. Evan proposes to return to Alma and find money from him. They say probably what to eat. Rawls Hendez shakes his hands, disobediently shuddered with fear, because the thought of continuing the fight with the bandits frightened to the rest. One of the attackers noticed this alarming reaction and laughed aloud, mocking the boy. Ivana covers a smile, and he proposes the Roela to enter into an agreement with him. He is interested in asking which agreement implies Evan. Evan assures that if the guy makes an effort, they will share his profits with him. He promises him a high position in the guild. Remembering Alum, Evan asks if the guy really trusts him. According to him, Raoul should lead to Alma, and then they will cope with themselves. Raoul with force clenches his teeth and grabs the sword more firmly, stubbornly discarding the suggested. His stubbornness instantly ignites Evan's rage. The man is rapidly approaching Raoul and strikes. He does not have time to defend or answer the attack. The Gavanya ticks his tongue and asks with an ironic smile whether Raoul decided to play the hero. His words are imbued with a mockery. He monitors Raoul's every reaction. Raoul suddenly laughs, tears the chin, and is already preparing to say something. Evan casts an angry look at him. Raoul says that he recently met Alma, but has already noticed he is significantly different from all other adventurers. According to Raoul, even the owner of Lombard was amazed at Alma's magic. Raoul wondered how Alma was able to call materials he had never seen before. He emphasizes that Alma is really special, because it comes from a noble kind, and his abilities far exceed the usual human capabilities. Raoul squeezes the sword even more strongly, and, looking straight into his eyes, states that there, even having such a power, he has never played the roles of another person, and has never been sincerely on his side. Raoul confidently states that he will never betray him. Raoul looks closely at Evan and confesses. Alma always believed in him. He adds that even in the event of defeat in the hall, he will consider it honest, because he will be able to protect Alma. Evan looks at the guy and then strikes a blow. He roam on the ground with a roar. Ivana is annoyed by people with similar beliefs, and he, approaching Raoul, declares it aloud. One of his associates proposes to immediately deal with Raoul so that he does not waste time. The second supports the idea, adding that you should now go in search of Alma. Ewan snokes the sword from the vagina and waves it, reminding Raoul of his desire to leave this world with dignity. Ra falls to the ground and sobs desperately. He asks Alma for forgiveness. I am convinced that nothing can change. Ra will believed that the dream to become a first-class adventure seeker would remain an unattainable illusion for him. Raoul almost closed his eyelids and suddenly noticed the silhouette of Alma. He immediately opened his eyes and wondered in surprise that Alma was doing in such a place. Alma retreated to the side, throwing a burning anger on the bandits. Raoul, rising from the ground, asked in surprise what she was doing here. Without hesitation, Alma headed simply to the robbers. Evan overwhelmed the joy that Alma appeared in person. Raoul tried to get up and pleaded to let him escape. He called the robbers the most dangerous adventurers in the city and explained that they came for his money. The young man did not want Alma to get involved in business with these villains. Evan stepped on Raoul, demanding to remain silent. The guy hoarse from coughing and soon fainted, falling powerless to the ground. He did not say a single word. Evan removed his leg and quietly left. Alma looked at the bandits with fury, but Evan began to reassure her. He turned to the boy and offered money that he would not interfere with the battle. The man wondered if he would not be too burdensome for him to spend 2.5 million gold coins on his own. The young man notes that these bandits in the city are considered the best among all adventurers. Raising his head, he carefully throws a negligent look at the bandits and begins to talk about them mockingly. Alma notes that robbers are people who only know how to intimidate and apply force. He does not perceive them as worthy opponents. In his opinion, they cruelly behave with those who are weaker than them. Evan's eyes expand from rage, and he pours out. He muttered that he could let this guy let go if he gave money. But now, when he heard his words, Evan was treated even more. He could no longer leave it. The man turns to his handy, calling them by name, Peter and Jake. Peter briskly throws him a bottle of potion called Steel Skin, and Jake applies the spell of strengthening. Aggressive power. Evan is significantly gaining strength. He gets his weapon, squeezing it firmly in his hands, and looks at the boy with a predatory smile. Echidna asks whether Alma really believed that he was only able to wave his sword. The man breaks his weapon. He states with self-confidence that his power is not inferior to the power of a huge orca. In addition, Evan emphasizes that his skin has become so firm that it is simply unrealistic to break it. He is convinced that the opponent has no chance of winning. Evan rushes forward to attack Alma. After jumping on his feet, he with a roar brings his fist for a blow. Alma looks at him calmly. Her look remains empty and unmoved. When his fist almost touches his face, he easily stops his palm. On his face there is complete immobility. Evan's eyes expanded with surprise. He could not squeeze how his blow was stopped. Alma easily squeezed his fist with his fingers, as if it had not taken any effort. At the head of the man tensely, a vein. Peter and Jake were amazed at Alma's abilities. Their surprise had no limits. Something like this seemed incredible. Jake asked how Alma managed to stop Evan with one hand. The bandit intensified significantly, so it looked unrealistic. Alma says that in his past life, he was completely absorbed by magic. He compresses his second hand into his fist and confidently states that his innate physical capabilities are still exceeding Evan's. The next moment, Alma struck Evan's powerful blow. Peter and Jake were frozen in surprise, watching the duel. Although the guy was several times smaller than Evan, his attack was striking. Evan tilted his head and coughed, and at the same moment Alma again struck him. Peter with Jake was in a hurry to retreat, the fear of a guy who was so severely hitting their leader, shaking their movements. They were stunning how Alma hit Evan. Instantly his body, as if picked up by an invisible force, flew between them and crackled into the wall behind. Evan fell down and did not move for a long time, so left to lie without signs of movement. Peter did not believe his own eyes. Even with reinforcement, Evan was defeated. Jake was amazed at the incredible power of Alma. And at this time, Alma looked at her palm at this time. After the impact, the hand hurt. Evan tried to get up from the ground, but he had so trembled by his hands that it was hard. He still could not believe that he had lost a much smaller growth to the boy, but the desire to rush again into the battle was still burning in him. Alma noticed that a man was already getting off the ground. He noted that Evan is surprisingly strong. One of his blows would be enough to cut off his opponent. Meanwhile, Evan addressed Alma to the question, why is he so worried about such pathetic weaknesses as Raoul? With a confused look, the guy repeated his question once again, looking at the man. Ivana, Peter, and Jack swept up a lot of expectations. All three have froze in the hope of hearing the answer. Alma was surprised. Where's so much fierce in it? After all, there was nothing between him and Raoul, nothing connected them. Such a reaction has become something unknown and completely new. Evan rakes at his associates, ordering to be alert. As soon as Raoul gives a sign, they must deal with him. Peter is slow and puts the blade to Raoul's throat, remaining tense and in anticipation of the order of the leader. Evan turns to Alma with a mocking smile, saying that he will not dare now. He ironically asks whether they really have such friends with Raoul. The man only with a smile replies that they are really very close. Elmo surprised his eyes in surprise. He wondered, did he really and Raoul be friends? After all, they are familiar for a long time, and still Elmo has not been seriously conceived. Alma recalls that in her past life he was a kind of hermit, and now, despite the fact that he was born in the family of the nobility, he did not have a real friend. Alma considered Raoul a good man. She was sure that he would not hurt any effort to help who he loves. People like Raoul deserve true happiness. At that moment, Alma remembers the words of the moon, which during the trip confessed that her relatives from her homeland are particularly close to her heart. The guy opened her eyes wide, remembering how the girl rejoiced when her relatives and friends were happy, when their laughter and fun were heard. And it is at this moment that the young man comes extremely important truth. Elma turns to Evan and is wondering if he really has some secret way to become stronger. Evan confesses that Alma far exceeds him. Smiling, he touches his finger to the temple and notes that for a real adventure seeker, the most valuable is mind and ingenuity. Evan convinces Alum that a real adventure seeker must be able to drive the opponent in a dead end and skillfully break the course of the game in his favor. He laughs and assures that this is what happens now. He is convinced that the result has already been resolved in advance. Therefore, he advises the enemy to leave the heroic game. "I want smiles!" exclaims someone and suddenly starts laughing loudly. Ivana alarm, he looks carefully at the man and asks why he will rage. He becomes truly creepy. This reaction of the stranger scares him. Alma suddenly stops, as if he had fallen an important thought. He takes a few steps forward, and Evan tries to understand what is happening. He demands to stop irritatedly, but the man coldly points out that he should only give him an order, and his people will immediately understand Raoul. Alma notes that, despite the differences in views, it is convinced that there are things that should be understood by everyone. His expression is instantly more serious, and he confesses that the result of this battle was actually resolved in advance. Alma tells him what happened when he first appeared here. Evan, however, cannot understand what she leads to. Suddenly, Peter and Jake fainted and collapsed to the ground. Ivana swayed a desperate cry. He demanded that his associates explain, "What happened to you?" "Maybe I will have to use the magic of the call, a nightmare." Spooky creatures emerged from the darkness and cleverly jumped on the robber. Evan saw a terrible picture and shouted, "In a few minutes, Raoul fictional." He heard Alma speaking a recovery spell. The guy slowly rose from the ground, rubbed his head. Raoul was surprised by Evan, who was motionless. He asked what happened. Simply over Evan, ominous creatures looked like shadows that were hiding in the dark. Alma approaches Raoul and reports that he used the magic of the nightmares. Raoul immediately looks at him. Alma explains that dark creatures immerse people in creepy nightmares and then devour their fear. She adds that she called these creatures in advance and skillfully hid them before the battle. Raoul is genuinely surprised to learn that Alma has the magic of the call. Alma notes that the bandits do not wake up until the monster is drunk. Evan was lying on the ground and broke. Alma thoughtfully thought that the dream of Evan, Raoul having protected, confessed that he was fun to watch him crying. The guy felt the pleasure that the robber finally received on his merit. The role apologizes to Alma. The guy is slowly turning to him. The role is admitted that he wanted to help, but eventually found himself in a situation where the guy needed. Alma only sighs quietly. Raoul claims that he always believed in his own strength, but still remained powerless. The guy asked Raoul not to talk about himself. Alma assures that he appeared here to convey something important. Raoul wondered what Alma wanted to give him. "I will give you a registration card." He reminded the boy of an extremely important thing for every adventurer. Raoul blushed, and without holding back emotions, wept. Alma smiles heat and assures that Raoul will definitely be a great adventurer. He believes in a boy. Tears of joy appear in the eyes of Raoul, and his face illuminates a sincere smile when he looks at Alma. Alma leads Ra from the ground, helping him to rise. At this point, the guy thanks him sincerely, and promises to thank for a good deed. Raoul, together with Alma, head to the moon. Alma quietly knocks on the door of her room. The moon looked out and noticed Alum. Seeing the bandits, she wondered who they were. Alma turned and replied that he needed to get to the guild, but first decided to visit the girl. The guy returns to the girl and announces that he has already made the decision. She looks at him eagerly and admiration. Alma applies her hand to the breast and confirms her consent. Then the guy invites her to go home. A bird was singing from the window. Alma lay on the floor, firmly squeezing the edge of the sheet falling out of bed. Alma stood up, grabbing his head and closing her eyes with piercing pain. In honor of their decision to go together to their native country of the month, a loud holiday was arranged. The guy thinks that the day before they were quite crossed with drinking. Alma touches the finger of the forehead and says the recovery. Looking back, he notices a moon that lies calmly on his bed. The guy does not rest with one question. How did she find herself there, and what does she do in his rooms? The girl began to come to her senses. Getting out of bed, she looked at the boy with one eye and abandoned him with a casual, "Good morning." The guy had already forgotten that the moon could not continue the lease, so he suggested that she stay with him for the night. He was overwhelmed by relief. It was good that the night passed calmly. The moon for a while looked carefully at the boy, and then turned away and said with a smile that she had been a real pleasure for her. Alma, Luna, and Raoul traveled in a carriage. Alma addressed the guy the question of why he smiled. While Raoul was thinking about the answer, she had finally dreamed of leaving the shopping city and going with the moon to its native lands. Finally, Raoul decides to answer Alma's questions. He raises his index finger and is wondering whether they went with the moon to the guild. In response, Alma, full of curiosity, asks what is happening there. The role describes how the bandits dropped to their knees and began to be astonished for forgiveness of all the adventurers present. Evan rushed, tearfully demanding indulgence. Raoul also says that the robbers suddenly began to apologize and return all the stolen money. He suggests that they were encouraged by spooky nightmares. Suddenly, Raoul returns to the moon and confesses that he has unexpectedly joined the company. He is wondering if his presence does not interfere with them. The moon assures that everything is fine. The guy gives the impression of quite skillful and reliable. ROU will offer to join the team in this situation. Alma asks how they can do this. Raoul is wondering if the guy really agrees. Alma replies that he does not deny, but has never been in any team. In his past life, Alma has always been engaged in training alone, so this time he willingly agrees to join the team. It seems to him that it will be an interesting adventure, and the moon sincerely supports the guy. Raoul sits with a smug look, and suddenly, raising his voice, announces that it is time to start a competition for the best welcoming gift. Alma and Luna are stunned with a look at the guy. Raoul states that he will start. As a gift, it lifts a wind cutter. Alma believes that this gift significantly accelerates the mastery of fencing and magic of wind. He also understands that this task is not easy. Raoul notes that it is a must-have ritual for creating a team. He specifies, "The one who has the worst gift treats everyone." The moon is surprised to look at the guy, and Alma asks why this ritual is so strange. Raoul, with a smile, does not doubt his victory. He returns to the girl and asks what gift she has prepared. The girl quietly says, "Sage." Alma remembers his father. The sacred sage was her greatest dream, and not only for her, it was also sought by her brothers and many other people. Raoul is delighted with the gift and confesses that he has never met with the sages. The girl was a little squeezed. Alma recalls how this skill gave his father incredible power over others. He had no idea that he would meet a person with such a gift so unexpectedly and effortlessly. The moon is friendly to Raoul on the shoulder and notes that the wind cut is also a wonderful gift. Raoul nods as a sign of consent, but admits that he was too self-confident. Raoul returns to Alma and is interested in what the guy will give as a gift. He asks how extraordinary and unique his ability he has. Alma fades for a moment. In this second, his head is filled with a true whirlwind of thoughts. Raoul calls Alma, concerned about waiting for a reply that he does not receive for a long time. Meanwhile, Alma is thinking, What would friends think if they find out that he was expelled from home because of the lack of Dara? There is a temptation to lie in his head, but his heart is opposed. He does not want to deceive the roller and the moon. Raoul assures that no one makes the guy tell something. The decision is only behind him. After that, the guy turns to the moon and warns her not to interfere with the extent. He asks whether he speaks correctly. The moon agrees, confessing that she just wanted to boast a little. She turns to Alma, adding that he is not obliged to do so. Alma is embarrassed, thanks to his friends mentally, and decides that he will tell them everything when the right moment comes. Alma realizes that he had the opportunity to find wonderful friends. He considers himself extremely happy. The role has no idea of Alma's ability, but confidently states that the guy is extremely strong. He saw his own eyes how he skillfully possesses the magic of the mouse and challenge. Now he is wondering what this mysterious Alma is capable of. The moon in conversation adds, Alma also uses teleportation. Moreover, the level of his skill impresses the imagination. Raoul is delighted with the abilities of Alma, and is surprised whether there is something he does not know how. However, Alma does not even think. There is nothing impossible for him. Alma heard that to determine the level of abilities and skills, you need to use the spell. He asks if you can apply this spell on friends. Those do not mind. Raoul admits with delight that he was very interesting. Alma blinks his eyes and pronounces the spell. A dazzling glow is flashing around, and the moon with Raoul instantly lose the ability to see. After the outbreak, Alma notices the special features of Raoul. Later, he looks at the moon, studying his amazing features carefully. Alma thinks about what he has heard. Luna and Raoul are interested in what the guy saw. He explains, there are different numerical indicators that evaluate their skills. Alma points out that Raoul has already 21 levels. This is certainly a great Rasuli. Raoul is interested in what characteristics Alma has. The moon with a smile notes that he has a lot of them. Alma looks and restrained that its indicators are a little better. He quietly jokes that it is, in fact, not quite true. Alma skillfully changes the topic and notes that the moon is a new one who recently received her gift, has a surprisingly high rating of magical power. According to Alma, it differs strikingly on the background of her peers and clearly exceeds most of them. Alma notes that other characteristics of the moon remain quite low. He emphasizes that the Ru, on the contrary, the rest of the abilities much exceed these indicators. The moon tells how it destroyed the monsters on the road, and suggests that it was because of this that its magical level has increased. Raoul is wondering how easy it was. The moon also confesses that she was coordinated to try her magic on someone. Hearing this, Alma thinks, he does not remember the monsters he fought in his past life. Then he was only interested in one thing: how to strengthen his own magical power. He is convinced that the moon will eventually become one of the most prominent sorcerers. Suddenly, Raoul notes that there was no monster on their path, and this wonder greatly alarms him. The driver looks around and reports that goblins will certainly happen on the way. He then suggests that they could have disappeared. But this situation seems suspicious to him. The man also adds that the goblins may have escaped, fearing the appearance of a stronger opponent. The trolley was constantly rolling into the city, and in the meantime, a huge creature, similar to a wolf, watched from the shadow. Without drawing her eyes, she carefully stopped, avoiding her superfluous attention. Alma looked at the windows of the carriage with distrust, though she did not see anything suspicious, but the feeling of anxiety did not leave her. Raoul, meanwhile, quietly asked the driver not to speak unnecessarily, so as not to call the disaster. Having gone in the cart, the moon, Alma and Raoul reached the cities, which was the most fair to the border between the parrots. They passed the checkpoint without interruption and went on foot. Luna noted that its lands are a path through a thick forest, and this road would take them for 2 days. Raoul with Alma were ready for such a long journey, decided to make a halt. At the edge of the forest, the whole company stopped to rest. The moon was burning a campfire. Raoul began to put tents. Alma approached the girl. They settled near the flames and started a slow conversation. The Alma repository stored equipment from his past life. He decided to use these things. Here you could find many different items, and even the existing water remained suitable for drinking. The moon was in sadness. She told how, leaving the estate, she had to pull a huge backpack behind. This created a lot of inconvenience on the road, and she sighs. Here would have some own cell for storing things. Raoul laughed. On the contrary, it seemed that traveling with a backpack was much more interesting. He noted that thanks to Alma Luna, he returned home very well, so the guy tried to cheer up his girlfriend. Alma notes that around it too quietly and calm. It seems suspicious. Maybe a monster is hiding somewhere nearby. He is still alert, suspecting that an attack may soon begin. Hearing the rustle in the bushes, the guy is alert and looks around. His gaze meets with the eyes of a huge wolf, which closely monitors him from the ambush. At first, the young man feels anxious, because the beast does not look away from him. But suddenly, Alma recognized Fenrir. He realized that small monsters were kept away just because Fenrir was near them. All creatures were afraid of a giant wolf, who confessedly accompanied their group, while Raula with the moon was captured by a conversation about food. Alma plunged into reflections on Fenrir. He understood that this wolf had extraordinary intelligence and impressive combat skills. Some even gained the glory of the true ruler of the forest. Suddenly, the guy hears a voice in his head that asks him a question. Alma immediately understands that Fenrir communicates with him television. He doubts that he once saw Fenrir. Fenrir notes that they are strangers. He explains that he came to the guy to see with his own eyes what the monster was born in the forest. Alma thinks about whether Fenrir is talking about him now. Then Riar is wondered if Alma guesses how much he really has. The guy boldly met Fenrir's gaze. If the wolf talks about the amount of mana, he is quite aware of how much power has. Alma remembers how much effort he made before his workouts. He is convinced that all this was in vain. His arsenal is filled with various spells, and importantly, he is able to use each of them skillfully. Fenrir notes that the powerful magic of Alma was so scared of monsters that the entire forest kingdom was in chaos. Alma broke her head. Why his magical power, not Fenrir's power, is able to scare away the monster. After the incident in the Alma's tractor, he began to carefully control the Manuin himself, releasing it outside only during the overlay. The guy notes that wild animals have a much sharper sense than humans. Alma realizes that he cannot leave everything as is. Having put his hands in a magical seal, he puts the spell of concealment, Nuris. Immediately his magical aura narrows, becomes barely noticeable. Fenrir looks at the guy stunned. He cannot believe that no trace of aura remains. In his eyes, everything seems to be wrapped. The wolf could not even imagine that the guy would cope with this task so cleverly. Suddenly, the wolf was alert, turning his eyes to the side where Raoul and the moon stood. Feeling danger, he tensed, preparing to defend himself and strike. At that moment, the moon sat by the fire with Raoul. It seemed to the girl that Aura Alma suddenly faded. Feeling this, the moon looked around and called a girlfriend. Raoul, noticing her confusion, asked what had happened. Fenrir aimed at the moon and Raoul with a sinister look. He realized that he was finally noticed. Luna and Raoul, stunned by horror, scared, without waiting for meetings with a huge wolf. Raoul falls on the ground, tries to crawl, and suddenly notices Fenrir. Stunned, he exclaims that he is a monster S-class. He begins to guess. It is because of him that there was no monster on their way. Alma looked at his comrades. He frankly acknowledged that all the guilt lies only on it. Raising, Alma turned to Raoul, urging him to calm down. He tried to convince Fenrir did not pose a threat. The next moment, Fenrir ordered Daka. Alma looked at the wolf in surprise. It was unclear why Dak received this team. Having gained his gaze on the moon, Alma suddenly felt that a girl came out of a strange, unfamiliar energy that pressed on the audience. The moon wove in the seal with her hands, looking closely at Fenrir. Behind her back appeared the shadow of a mysterious woman, and the girl said the spell, Grace. The silhouette behind her unfolded a powerful stream of magical power. Fenrir was alerted, looking carefully at the girl in the eye. In her look, the wolf noticed determination. She just resorted to one of the most powerful spells. The magical blow of the moon never reached Fenrir. To the surprise of both, her magic seemed to dissolve in the air without causing any harm. Luna and Fenrir were overwhelmed, not realizing what just happened. At that moment, Alma approaches the wolf and reports that he removed the magic from the car. He notes that the wolf clearly will not hurt support, because he does not seek to ignite further conflict. Fenrir looks at Alma. The guy apologizes, explaining that the moon was a little scared. He apologizes again, confessing that he did not expect the girl to move so quickly to the attack. Fenrir admits that he should apologize for his unexpected visit in the middle of the night. He believes that such an invasion was impolite, especially since he did not want to scare travelers or provoke a quarrel with them. Alma returns to the girl and convinces her. There is no reason to worry. The wolf is not hostile. He explains that if this Fenrir really intended to attack, he would have done it before they could notice something. The girl agrees with him. Finally, she calms down and lowers her hands. She is not going to attack more. Now the girl is ready to listen to Fenrir and can't help but think, for what reason the wolf appeared before them right now? Alma wondered what kind of spell the moon used. Suggested that the girl could impose eternal fatigue. He noted that the waves of magical energy are most reminiscent of the one used in the charm of the call. However, he did not have confidence in his guess. At that moment, Fenrir emphasizes that she is a girl, not a guy. She was alarmed as the interlocutor turned to her, so she decided to place the dots over "and" once and for all. The moon is delighted whether Alma is really able to communicate with Fenrir. Alma explains what can speak with a wolf with telepathy. The moon is genuinely surprised. The girl knows much more than she, even despite the status of the sage. Raoul, meanwhile, hid behind a tree. He asked Alma for what purpose Lady Fenrir visited them. Alma was already going to answer, but the wolf interrupted him, noting that in fact someone wanted to see him. Alma wondered who wanted to meet him and for what reason. The wolf replied that this man was interested in his aura. The young man noted that he did not mind getting acquainted with the new person. Then Alma realized, Fenrir came only for the sake of this meeting. Alma thought, who is this powerful creature that accompanies Fenrir itself? The wolf gratefully addresses the boy, adding that her son had long dreamed of getting to know him. And at the same moment, a little wolf emerges next to her. The wolf was filled. His eyes opened wide when he watched Alma without hiding the delight. The animal is clear that the guy is not scary. Wolf expected to meet a terrible monster, and a common man stood in front of him. Alma looked at a small animal in a confusion. She was quickly joined by the moon and Raoul. Both blushed, because the wolf was so funny and charming. Raoul, Luna, and Alma looked at the wolf with anxiety. The little wolf, collapsing on his back, told something enthusiastically about what Alma's supporter he was. Suddenly, he jumped, vigorously waved his tail, and full of cheerful excitement, wondered if he frightened the moon. Raoul, the same Alma. Luna and Raoul had grown to the ears themselves. Both became embarrassed, because it seemed to them that the wolf is incredibly sweet. At that moment, Alma just looked carefully at the beast and swept his hand on the nape of his neck. The moon came to the wolf and carefully began to iron it. She wondered in which place the baby is most liked. Raoul explained that the wolves like it, because his fur is so soft and fluffy, just like his mother. Wolf persistently asked him to give him even more affection. Alma realized that she was completely satisfied and happy. While Raoul was enthusiastically asked the moon to allow him to stroke the wolf, Alma turned and looked closely at Fenrir. She returned to the wolf with the whole body, and for the first time talking, wondered what a creature like her in these parts could look for. The guy thought for a moment, and then reported that he was in the country on the other side of the forest. He was embarrassed by the fact that the moon has not yet revealed any details. The wolf turned her head, reflecting on the references to the possession that stretched outside the forest. It seemed to her that it was probably the same place where forest monsters reign in the fields. Alma is interested in the monster. The wolf explains to her that recently in this forest, almost no edible fruits grow. So the monsters are forced to go to human settlements in search of food, Alma thought. He recalled that the tonic where they made a stop earlier was a very small land. Probably the ownership of the moon occupied a no larger area. The attacks of monsters on these lands have serious consequences for the locals. People are moving closer to the capital, which can cause labor shortages in abandoned areas. Alma believed that he had to solve this problem. This is what he had to help Luna. And then everything would be much easier for him. I would not have to be worried about the clippers of the monster. Alma looks and sincerely thanks the wolf for a valuable hint. Fenrir only smiles in response. She is wondering what Alma plans to do next. It comes to mind. It is possible to be banned from monsters to attack these lands? Alma smiles and assures that everything is fine. He considers how to take this unexpected opportunity in his favor. The wolf is alert. She asks if he has no evil intentions. Alma smiles again and reassures her, assuring that there is no reason to worry. He is convinced that his idea is beneficial for both sides. Thus, Alma manages to convince the wolf. Fenrir claims that the heart of Alma is much clearer than the hearts of others. The guy asks in surprise how the wolf can see his soul. She will answer that this is a conclusion that has led to her own experience. Alma does not understand what it is about. Wolf shares with us. In 1,000 years of years, she met many different people. It is only necessary to look into someone's eyes, and she immediately understands who stands in front of her. Alma notes that the wolf feels sympathy for people. Fenrir agrees with her. She explains that her efforts to live near their settlements can hardly be considered an invasion. Fenrir assures that if Alma, Raoul, or Luna need it, they can always turn to it. She does not intend to remain in debt to Alma. Little Wolf approaches the mother and declares that she wants to go with Alma. However, the wolf strictly forbids her son to accompany people. After these words, she, together with the wolves, leaves Alma, Moon, and Raoul. They spent the rest of the night in silence. Alma did not stop thinking that only thanks to acquaintance with her son, Fenrir now guarantees him a service. Alma extinguished the fire and gathered on the road with the Moon and Raoul. On the way, they got settlements, or more precisely, the countryman Frandel. It is here that in the native land of the Moon, and new adventures began. The Moon indicated the direction of where they were moving on, and the whole group moved forward. Meanwhile, Alma stopped, noticing the axe that someone left in the stump. The settlement was deserted. Raoul threw his hands behind his head, and immediately noted that any soul was not visible here. He noted that this place seems much more provincial than he expected. Alma agreed with him. Alma looks and notices a flock of birds that settled on a tree branch. Along with this tree stands a house near which the Moon stopped with all others. The Moon turned and asked what happened. Raoul assured her that nothing special happened. He convinced the girl that they just talked about what a beautiful town was here. Alma supported the boy, adding that the settlement was resting in comfort. The Moon returns to them, and a blush blooms on her cheeks. She willingly agrees, adding that the local place is really extraordinary, and the residents of the village are striking with their friendliness. Raoul advises not to stop and move on. Throwing his hands behind his head, he confidently goes forward, and Alma goes after him. Alma notes that Luna sincerely loves this settlement, his homeland, and every inhabitant. The guy could no longer wait for the opportunity to talk to the locals. Finally, the whole company approaches a 2-story building. The Moon reports that it is her home here. The girl opens the door and exclaims her return home. The hasty steps are heard in the hallway, and in an instant, Annie, without holding back emotions, seizes the Moon with arms and shouts loudly that her sister has returned. The Moon does not even have time to react as her sister explodes with sincere laughter. Both heads are cut into a tree. Raoul with Alma watch the girls closely, in their views. Anxiety. When the Moon touches the place where she hit the tree trunk, her sister is happy to return. She is interested in the meadow of the case, and then asks if everything is fine. Luna's sister is wondering if the girl remembers that she does not imagine where he is now. That is why she was so worried about her sister, and feared that she would not be able to find the way home. Luna's sister did not hide joy when she was convinced that the Moon was whole and intact. She hugged her even stronger, not wanting to let go. The Moon is embarrassed and assures that she would definitely find his way home. Her sister picks up, they say, to focus on the area of the girl is bad, but her smell is just incredible. The Moon appeals to the girl to stop, noting that she had contaminated her clothes. The sister only indifferently points out that her outfit was still not too clean. On this, the Moon asks her not to invent justifications. Alma, when he learned about his sister, immediately realized that the Moon was the oldest in the family. Luna notes that there is now a more important issue. She points to Alam and notes that he will help them solve the problem. She then gestures to pay attention to Raoul, saying that he will go with Alma. The guy in response begins to be indignant. The Moon introduces Alam to his sister, who is called Sonia. She explains that Sonia is her younger sister. Alma approaches the girl and expresses joy about dating, hoping for her support in the future. The guy notes that the girl also shows sympathy for him, but at the same time, looks wary. It is difficult for him to understand why she reacts that way. A man with a mustache thanks Almi and Raoul for having overcome such a long way to get to Franardel. The husband represents Eric and points to the companion, adding that he is his wife Mabel. Mr. Eric is the father of the Moon, and the owner of these lands. He and his wife Mabel made the impression of sincere and friendly people, so they gladly accepted Alum and Raoul in their home. Everyone met the guests with warmth, except for the sister of the Moon, who kept away. Suddenly, Luna turned to her sister and reported that Alma and Raoul had arrived in a settlement from Malistella at her request. She asked not to treat her as a stranger. The moon also warned the sister from rude to invited guests. Sonia thought about the words about the tailist. She turns to her sister and reminds the one that she was going to go in search of a strong man in the dungeons of the Labestal. Sonia grabs the moon by her shoulders, shake her frantically, and explains that Malistella is a city of traders. Sonia is sure that her sister is not at all focused on the terrain. She wondered why she did not even check what city is in. It was for this reason that Sonia insisted that her sister would not travel herself. The moon noted that everyone can be mistaken. Alma was certain that the moon was finally lost. He cast his gaze on the girls and wondered. It could be suggested that Sonia's older sister of the moon, and not the other way around. Sonia notices that Alma is watching her. Having discouraged, she turns away. The guy is surprised to think why Sonia is so wary. After dinner, Alma and Luna's father decided to visit a local farmer to learn more about the monster. They asked a man about the monsters. He told that recently the territories captured by these delicacies are constantly expanding. The farmer confessed that he tried to put a stuffed on the field, hoping that it was scared of uninvited guests. The next day, when they arrived in Frandl, Eric, along with Alma, went to get acquainted with the locals and listened carefully to their stories. The man states that everything happens exactly as the local. For several years now, monsters have been attacking them from time to time. The last attack happened just a few days ago. Alma was well aware that these lands were not in fertility. However, fortunately, the monster did not touch the inhabitants. However, the decline continues to influence trade, and, in turn, reflects on the budget, which already determines the further development of the territory. In such circumstances, the standard of living in this settlement is unlikely to ever increase. Eric calls himself the owner of these lands, but neither overcome the monster nor to find a way to make the soils more fertile. It annoys him a lot. The Alma notices that this man is extremely devoted to his business. The soft temper lies a fiery nature, which is deeply concerned about the problems of the inhabitants of his land. Because the moon has grown next to Eric, they reminiscent of each other in many ways. Suddenly the man is alert. He turns to Alma and apologizes, assuring that he did not want to put any additional pressure on the boy. A man sincerely rejoices that Alma and Raoul have overcome such a long way to visit their settlement. He asks the guy not to rush and look carefully. Alma, meanwhile, notes that the behavior of the moon is surprisingly reminiscent of the father. The man tries to say something else, but the moon approaches them and interrupts it. Alma rotates and notices how Sonia enters the forest. The guy wonders why Sonia went there. Alma turns to Eric, and in her mind again his words emerge that the monster began to behave more and more aggressive. The man confirms this information, especially emphasizing that it concerns poisonous lizards. He notes that it is time to lay eggs right now. That is why lizards are actively stored. During this period, it is better to stay away from their nests. Sonia walked the forest, clenching his fist near the heart. Suddenly, a giant old oak grew up in front of her, just the place she was looking for. Under the tree, it threw from many lizards. The girl leaned forward, carefully extended her finger to feel the wind direction. After removing from her pocket a bag of pollen from a sleeping flower, she sprinkled with lizards. They plunged into a deep sleep. The girl went through the tailed lizards and finally came across what she was looking for. Sonia gave up all the eggs, but without the help of her sister it was not for the strength. Suddenly, one of the lizards wakes up and begins to rush on a girl. The Senate rotates, surprised that the pollen has not stopped the creature for at least a few hours. Suddenly the lizard raises the head and spins sharply towards the girl. Sonia opens his eyes with horror. The saliva enters the tree trunk, eating its bark. The lizard looks embarrassed. It is unclear where the girl could disappear. Alma cleverly picked up Sonia, lifted her, and put her on a branch of a tree. The guy turned to the girl, concerned about asking whether she was fine with her. In response, the girl cried. The guy suggested that one of the lizards was already dormant when Sonia sprayed pollen. In his opinion, her metabolism slowed down, so the pollen did not work. The girl looks at the guy, stunned by his explanation. Alma confesses that he followed the girl, guided by curiosity, and that was a special reason. Now, he emphasizes, the girl can open on her own why she found herself in the forest and found a lizard nest. He wanted to understand what was really going on. Hearing this, the girl was awkward. Sonia thanked the boy for salvation. The two of them jumped from a branch of the tree, gently landing to the ground. Elma again turned to the girl, asking why she jumped into the den and why she needed their eggs. In response, the girl assured that she was not going to climb the eggs on the lizard, Sonia says that the nest was filled with a crop harvested near the lizard heap. It is from those fields that belong to them. The guy understood that because of the raids, the monster settlement was lost. The harvest dies, the fields were devastated. But nevertheless, the situation did not seem so critical to him. Alma notes that if Sonia seeks to quench hunger, it would be safer to hide some animal. The girl begins to be angry, loudly assures that the matter is not at all. She tries to explain her actions feverishly, and tears are uncontrollably rolling her cheeks. Sonia shares that if the monster will continue to devastate their fields and possessions, her father will deprive the title of lord of these lands. Alma with Sanu returns home. The girl falls asleep near the bookcase, next to her father's office. Annoyed that Sonia told about his difficult situation, Eric puts his hand on the table and turns away. He bitterly points out that the title of lord will soon get rid of. Alma carefully adds that he is still unknown all circumstances. The massive figure of a man attracts attention. Eric reports that Fenrir has been ignoring the established tribute for many years. The man explains that they are forced to send part of the crop to the capital annually. However, due to the attacks of the monster, the crop is barely enough for local residents. It is this situation that gave rise to doubts of the capital's powerful about its ability to manage the land. The man says that 3 days before the village will visit the capital from the capital, and by that time, the harvest should be harvested. Now Alma finally realized why Sonia decided to take such a desperate step. Raoul raises his hand and notes that he does not have all the information. But despite this, he proposes to buy the rest of the crop in other cities. Mabel replies that they have already considered this option. The woman tells that they have to pay 5,000 garoma every year, and of all their fields they barely gather only 1,500. The woman adds that, among other things, the quality of the goods should be at least level B. The purchase and delivery of the whole batch will have to spend a considerable amount of money. Hearing this, Raoul was disappointed. Eric reports that only 3 days are left. He is convinced that there was no hope for salvation. Eric is convinced that he will be removed from office, and maybe even accused of harming someone's interests. Sonia comes to her feet and states that her father is not guilty of anything. The attendees look at the girl. Sonia glanced at Alma, emphasizing that a large number of people came to him. The girl says that all those people assured they will certainly find a way to help their settlements, and her father immediately believed them. But then each of them simply disappeared. Everyone fled, and without fulfilling the promises. The girl raises his voice and exclaims that these lands have never been marked, and now they are ruthlessly devastated by the monster. Sonia insists again. Her father is absolutely not guilty of anything. She tries to convince Alum that there are actually many people who deserve condemnation. Why is Sonia amazed? All the guilt is put only on her father. Eric approached the girl, gently put her hand on her head and thanked. He was proud of his daughter. Her maturity, the ability to feel and express his anger when he would never allow it. Eric emphasizes that he is the owner of these lands, and it was he who gave these people his trust. He is well aware that responsibility lies on his shoulders. However, Sonia cannot understand this. Luna looks at loved ones with sadness. She sincerely wants to go back in time to help those who are dear to her somehow. Alma is aware that he lacks at least 3,500 units of a harem, but so many of the stocks will not be possible. In the soul of the boy, the desire is born. He dreams of seeing the happy smile of this family again. Eric turns to Alma and notes that they will not be able to thank the boy properly, so he does not make sense to persuade him. However, he still hopes that when a new lord appears, Alma will share his experience with him and the peasants. Eric was convinced that the poverty of these lands was not the fault of their inhabitants, but exclusively his own, as the ruler. Alma was striking that even at this moment, Eric worried only the welfare of the inhabitants of the settlement. Alma smiles and promises to do everything that depends on it. Eric, with hope in his voice, asks whether the guy will really be able to embody. He is considered to be that even after his departure, these lands will remain safe. Alma states that she is not going to endure until the men remain the owners of these lands. The young man believes that his desire to help the local is nothing more than a manifestation of his own selfishness. Eric stunned his eyes when he sees the guy unlocking the repository. The man asks me interested in what Alma thought. AMA seeks Eric to remain a local lord, so he decides to collect a shortage in 3 days, 3,500 hermi. At the same time, he thinks, what quality should this crop be? Raoul gently puts his hand on the boy on his shoulder, supporting him. The moon squeezes the fabric of his clothes and looks at the guy. At this time, two men were vividly discussed in the walls of the castle. A man with long hair approached Mr. Julius with a complaint. He was unclear why he was so difficult. The man raises his hand and emphasizes that he, together with his unit, always served the country. However, the assignment they are given now, he considers ill-advised and dangerous. He calls on what the consequences of this decision for the land and its inhabitants will have. Julius denies and claims that a man is deeply mistaken. He makes convincing arguments. The state is the only living organism. In order to continue to exist and develop, nations should be cleared of unnecessary territories. Otherwise, the country is doomed to death. The man considers a further conversation with Julius a waste of time. He sharply clicks on his fingers, and behind him instantly there are mercenaries in armor, ready for battle. Julius calmly watches the enemy and his armed retinue without drawing his eyes. One of the mercenaries hesitantly asks if they really have to do it. The man confidently brings the sword and replies that it is now too late to think about the correctness of his actions. Returning to Julius, he throws him a short order to prepare. Within a few minutes, all the mercenaries, along with their leader, found themselves in the icy shackles. Julius, the most powerful magician throughout the kingdom, dealt with them extremely easily. Julius claims that mercenaries are real sinners who stuffed their own pockets with gold and evaded taxes. He orders his people to deal with them. Knights without hesitation do his will. Julius turns to Sir Edward and asks if something else is left unattended. He, bent his head, confesses that there is another concern. Like, you should talk about the state of Frendels. Julius and Edward are slowly stepping up the corridor. Julius turns to the satellite, wondering whether he wants to discuss the events that unfold in Fredella. Edward notes that the time of delivery will be coming soon. Preparation for this event lasts for a long time, because the settlement is in a distant corner. Julius thinks for a moment, and then orders Edward's cheese to act according to the plan. He emphasizes that although these lands seem deserted, they adhere to the Western Kingdom and are of great strategic importance. Julius is convinced that in all circumstances this territory should be completely under their control. Julius orders Edward to deal with Lord if he begins to interfere. To this he adds, with everything else Edward can do at his own discretion. Edward undoubtedly complies with orders. The next day, Edward, along with a quarter evaluator named Cedric, arrives in Frendel. Looking at, the expert notes that it is a regular border edge. Cedric and Edward are met by Erica, who bows politely to them and gladly welcomes dear guests. Edward is genuinely surprised that Lord himself meets. At that moment, Eric with a gesture indicates his estate, inviting guests to feel like at home. Edward notes that Eric behaves extremely easily and calmly. He heard that the harvest has not reached the right volume for a long time. Therefore, it seems to him that Eric could easily throw rotten fruits to the harvest boxes, just to collect the required amount. Eric leads guests to boxes with harvested harvest. When they approach, Edward opens the eyes, stunned by what he sees. Eric points to boxes with the crop and reports that 5,000 units of harvested are stored inside. Edward was a surprise, trying to understand what is happening. At this point, Eric fails a small problem. Although the boxes also occur in the fruits of the B class, the vast majority are the fruits of A rang. He is wondering if Edward suits it. Edward considers this complete nonsense. Meanwhile, Cedric carefully examines the crop and, turning to Sir Edward, assures that Eric did not invent anything. His words sound convincing, and there is no doubt about Edward. Cedric assures that the harvest is undoubtedly the highest grade. The appraiser is delighted. For all years of his work, he has not yet had products of such impressive quality. Edward still considers it an incredible nonsense. He knows that Fenrir has never had any money or the necessary technique for growing such a crop. It cannot understand how it became possible. Cedric, as a researcher, enthusiastically studies how they managed to grow such an impressive harvest. Eric points to Alum and states that he will explain in detail. The man steps forward and greets Edward with a smile, expressing his joy to acquaintance. He seems to call his name and tells the man that also belongs to his family. He adds that Edward can turn to him simply, Alma. Edward is thinking about it. It seems to him that a similar name was one of the aristocratic families of the Eastern Empire. Eric adds that Alma is now playing the role of an advisor in this community. Alma appeals to Cedric and Edward to follow him. He quickly realized that Edward intends to carefully explore all their possessions. So Alma led Cedrica and Edward to the fields, generously covered with a crop. Edward immediately drew attention to the extraordinary soil fertility. Cedric could not believe that the earth, giving such a rich harvest, remained so alive and tireless. Alma notes that these beds were planted in the morning. Edward and Cedric have just looked at the surprise. It is difficult for them to believe that they did all so quickly. It seems incredible for them that the beds appeared in just one morning. Cedric asks as a surprise whether he realized correctly. In just one day, a plant has grown from the seed, completely ready for harvesting? Alma opens her hiding place and admits that he used an extremely valuable artifact during planting. Cedric is surprised, because before him, the fertilizer of the god of fertility. It was given no other than a deity. This fertilizer is able to control the growth and quality of the crop. The guide tells that by mixing this fertilizer to the soil, you can significantly accelerate the growth of any crop. The Sidician grasps Alma by his shoulders and begins to shake worriedly, asking where such a valuable thing came from. Alma lifts his eyebrows in surprise, spreads her hands and is genuinely surprised. Can this thing have any value? Cedric confesses that he met such things only on the pages of books, and in Alma, it causes a strange feeling, as if she had once encountered it. Cedric says that according to legend, even the ordinary song on the field, fertilized by his fertilizer, promises a generous harvest for at least 100 years. Hearing this, the farmers are in a real surprise. At this moment, Raoul approaches Alma and is surprised that the guy is not only skilled, he is still a talented farmer. Alma smiles mysteriously and replies that this item just accidentally found himself at hand. Meanwhile, Cedric shows the stones lying in the beds and asks what it is. It seems to him that they are ordinary, unmistakable stones. Alma talks about magical crystals. It is a frozen, incredibly rich magical essence. He tells that in ancient times the magical crystal was called the Stone of God. It was used in many rituals. Alma believes that it is clear to the capital's scientist, but still decides to emphasize that during the cultivation of different crops, the nutrients contained in the soil play a significant role. One of the main sources of these substances is the magical essence of the earth. Magical essence is a mana particle, which is inserted into all inanimate objects. It is present both in the soil and in the surrounding air. Alma also explains that the essence goes from one object to another, and that the generous harvest depends on its concentration. That it is higher, the richer the collection will be. It was for this reason that Alma placed magical crystals throughout the field, to increase energy concentration here. Raoul is surprised, but it is at this moment that Sonia returns to him and notes that the guy has heard about it earlier. Cedric is surprised to cover his mouth with his palm, astonished with such an original approach. He could not believe in the genius of Alma and wondered why they did not sleep such a wonderful idea. Edward thinks about the nature of magical essence. He recalls that its content in soil and air is so scanty that any crystallization in natural conditions is not worth dreaming. It is rumored that during the travelers in the depths of the dungeons, where incredibly fierce monsters were hidden, the same crystals occurred. The man is well aware that such a rare subject cannot be used in mass in agriculture. So he is immediately interested in where the guy got these magic crystals. Alma realizes that he could not admit that he had taken these things from the dungeon that he had to protect to improve his skills. So he quickly invents the legend, as if these treasures had inherited from his ancestors. The man could not imagine that this thing was worth so much. Now it became clear to him why the harvest suddenly became abundant and better. He seems suspicious that there are so few residents in this village. With so many people, they would not have time to sow and harvest in such volumes in a short time. Edward wondered if she hired Alma additional workers. The man replied that they did not take anyone new. Alma emphasizes Edward's mind, emphasizing that he has reached a high position in the capital. Alma begins to explain that he asked not to appear before the creatures who helped them, because he feared that a man could be too surprised. Edward asks what that means. Alma only whistles quietly, and Edward's eyes expand from surprise when he notices that not just animals, but real monsters are rushing to the field. Alma tells him that these are the same monsters who mercilessly devastated the fields. However, now they are completely subdued, and when they receive food, become reliable helpers in work. Edward asks as possible. Asal points to the devil's bas-relief and explains that it is thanks to him that the monster is roaring his will. The demonic bas-relief depicted the owner of the demons who conquered the innumerable hordes of the monster. The magical power that the image from this image was so powerful that it attracted and conquered the monster, forcing them to obey his will. Edward has wondered if this stone is able to protect people from attacks by monsters. Alma explains that most monsters in this area are not able to withstand the effects of magical stone. Recalling Fenrir, he thinks that she is really special. At this point, Raoul forces one of the monsters to jump through a burning fiery ring. Widely spreading his hands, he solemnly proclaims that even such amazing tricks are subject to his creatures. Edward is fascinated by the stunning tricks of the monsters. It seems to him that such is simply impossible. He was quite alarmed by the idea that this ominous relief of sculpture comes from the world of demons. He was convinced that their pride would never allow them to give them a slice of their inheritance so much. He has no idea how this relic was in the hands of a man from such a distant outskirts, and why the child became a participant in the story. Alma notes that a man can be stunned by what he saw, but despite this persistently assures him, the monster is completely obeyed by his will. Alma evokes Edward's true horror. A man has an alarming question: who really is Alma? At this point, Cedric wipes tears and admits that what is happening is simply incredible. He is captured by the ability of Alma not only to curb monsters, but also to turn them into valuable helpers. Cedric believes that this is an ideal way out for border regions with a small population. Alma watches Cedric and thinks that all appraisers are so prone to sentiments. Cedric turns to Edward, interested in his opinion about everything that is happening. Edward agrees that Cedric is right, and notes that a few days ago, Frandle was a regular border edge, but now this place has undergone striking changes. Edward notes that he should immediately report it to his manager. At this point, Sanja approaches them and asks if her father will remain the owner. Cedric is reassuring the girl, assuring that she has nothing to worry about. As a court appraiser, he will make every effort to glorify these lands as a model for imitation. The man assures that if everything is successful, it is possible to obtain additional funding for land development. Cedric and Edward sit down to the carriage and go back. Raoul rejoices in their success, and Alma also glows with happiness. The man returns to him and with a smile notes that Eric is also a worthy man. Eric cannot believe it. His eyes are filled with tears, and he confesses that a few days ago he was ready to leave his position and leave his people. He sincerely thanks Almi for his support and help. Sonia approaches the guy and is surprised. Alma is a real weirdo. She could not think that he would be able to change everything so quickly, in just 3 days. At this point, the moon approaches it and notes that Alma is not like others. Sun is surprised to ask what her sister implies, because she cannot understand what she is talking about. Luna returns to his sister and notes that Alma is not at all like those who had previously come to their rescue. Sonia, lowering her head, agrees with her words. At that moment, Aldum was a strange feeling. It seemed that everything was the best, but the anxiety did not leave the heart. He did not leave the anticipation of the disaster. Did he not make any fatal mistake? When the crew rushed forward, Cedric enthusiastically assured Edward, "Frandle has no equal." He had no idea that these lands were so developed until he saw everything with his own eyes. Edward only nodded approvingly, agreeing with the expert's assessment. A week has passed since Sir Edward and Cedric went on the road, and during this time the settlement has changed unrecognizable. Alma, along with the monsters, restored the roads and repaired many houses. Alma and Luna suddenly heard a loud bark. The guy lowered his gaze and noticed the wolf. He rolled the cart, and his grandmother generously awarded him for his help. Alma notes that people have already been used to the monster, although at first they caused everyone only fear. Elma approaches the old man, opens her hiding place. Grandpa uses it to drink the plants in the field. The grandfather turns to Alma and is interested in whether he can really get as much water from the storage as he pleases. Alma quickly denies, noting that this is not true. He explains that the volume of its storage is directly related to mana stocks, so the possibilities are limited. Suddenly, the guy hears how dissatisfied someone exclaims that it is unfair. It rotates. There is a moon in front of him. The moon strictly glanced at Alum. She remembered how after wearing the water, the whole body hurt the next day. She is outraged that Alma simply used magic, without making any effort or even understanding how she works. Sonia approaches them and notes that Alma is not guilty that the moon is so fragile. She reminds that the girl herself has always chose to stay in her room, spending both day and night, almost out of the way out. The moon is justified, they say. All this is for the sake of a deep study of magic. Sonia is wondering if the moon is still unable to spell. She reminds once again that it is difficult for a girlfriend to get home on her own. Rule tried to reassure them, though he agreed. Alma's focuses are just a deception. The guy thought for a moment, and then, turning around, asked the moon to ask why she would not start training. He believed that he could teach her to use the repository. The moon leads to Alum to its room. They go inside. The moon goes straight to the bed, and Alma looks around with curiosity. The guy's gaze stops at many books that filled the shelves. The girl is embarrassed and tries to justify this book collection, but the guy gently stops her without letting you finish. Alma begins a conversation, emphasizing that in order to master the art of storage, there are two important conditions. The first condition: the number of mana should be not less than 1,000 units. The second: the moon must master the spell of teleportation belonging to the school of spatial magic. The moon assumes that its supply of manic energy will change soon. She now has only 600 units, so she realizes that this capacity should be increased by another 400 units. The moon is turned and is already going to leave the room. She throws that she should go to the forest for a short time. There were monsters again there, but Alma stops the girl. The young man is convinced that it will take a long time, so he suggests choosing a roadway. The girl is interested in asking what he means. The guy turns to the repository and gets a golden apple that grows only in the sacred arena. It is a charming fruit that can instantly strengthen the level of man in the body. He explains that the moon should only taste this apple, and its supply will increase by 500 units. The moon asks if it can really eat this fruit. The guy is wondering if the girl is confused that the apple is gold. He adds that if she does not dare to taste, they will have to look for another decision. The moon takes the apple and confesses to the boy with a smile. She bites a piece and enthusiastically indicates what it is delicious. Without restraining, the moon tastes yet, because the fruit was surprisingly sweet and juicy. The girl admires that the combination of sweet and barely tangible acid forms the perfect harmony that playfully dances on the tip of the tongue. Alma understands the moon perfectly, because he himself had to taste these apples. Alma mentioned that the golden apple allows you to increase the man's level up to 2,500 units. He looked at the girl and did not dare to stop her. The moon raises his hand and shares the sensation. A new force is awakened in her body. The young man rejoices in this. It looks like she is on the right way. He explains that the reason is that the level of her mana began to grow. The moon approaches the boy and insists that he gives her another apple. The guy recedes in a confusion, struck by an unexpected change of the girl, and, as she stamped, replies that she will have to wait and eat the apple later. Alma believes that they can now go to teleportation. The moon is wondering if it is the same device that the guy used. The girl talks about a book she read recently. It was about teleportation. She recalls that a special branch of spatial magic was mentioned there, the knowledge of which, unfortunately, did not reach their time. She was aware that spatial magic was only mastered, so she felt easy. Alma is thinking that books from books do not always deserve trust. He is aware that the true complexity of learning is exactly the selection of reliable sources and good educational materials. Alma explains that the first thing a girl who wants to master spatial magic should do is to learn how to clearly feel the space around him. The young man recalled that teleportation is a magic that can move a magical creature from one selected place to another. The girl listened carefully to the boy and wondered whether Alma said that they needed a place. Looked like a month. The guy confirmed her guess. Alma explains. When a person directs his magical essence in space, then the distance between point A and a specific point B seems to fold to 0, and then the space returns to the previous state. Alma says that the essence of the spell is that the person can move between two predefined points in a minimum period of time. Alma is convinced that the main thing in teleportation is the ability to clearly imagine the process of movement. The girl vigorously waved her hands, assuring that she understood everything. It was not easy for her to hold so much information in her head, but she stubbornly claimed the boy to handle. Alma praised the moon for diligence. Luna is interested in looking and asks the boy to show this process in practice. Alma proposes to first try to move a short distance. The young man changed his position and asked if the girl remembered. The moon asks him to move again, and he humbly repeats his maneuver. Sonia enters the room, reports that she has already brewed tea. She offers Alma and Luna to be distracted and to rest together for a cup of drink. At that moment, Alma fussed, moving from side to side. He asked the girl to take him to the moon room. Sangha was interested in what happened to Alma. Alma is logged in at the table and leisurely drinks tea. He is wondering how the moon is in the case, whether she has advanced at least a little. In a calm, gentle manner, the guy calms the girl. Even if something fails too instantly, it is not a disaster. Alma emphasizes, they have enough time in front of them, so you should not hurry. The guy leisurely drinks tea and notes that the moon has a wonderful sense to magic. He encourages her, they say, it is only necessary to wait a little. Over time, she will master all the necessary movements. Alma recalls her past life and a long way to master this spell. He emphasizes that the main thing is to maintain patience. At this point, the moon assures that everything became clear. The girl managed to teleport. Alma looks at her stunningly, and the moon, not believing in her eyes, asks if everything really turned out. Alma was amazed at how quickly the girl mastered the teleportation. She had only one show to understand everything. Alma glanced at the moon and thought that her sense to magic, combined with the skill of the sage, could later make her an extremely dangerous witch. Ailey extends the girl a cup of tea and reports that the next task will be to arrange the pantry. Along the way, he adds that she should start training the teleportation. He is sure that the girl will be able to quickly master this skill. The moon was delighted with what happened. Alma noticed how the girl's cheeks were bad. He seemed very cute that the girl really likes magic. Alma notes that the moon is mastering anew at an incredible speed for its age, even more clever than it has been. The girl confesses that she would not want to discover this secret, but she began to study magic before she got her skill. The moon tells that her great-grandfather was a famous sorcerer in the kingdom. So after him there are many books on magic in the house. Since childhood, she has enthusiastically plunged into reading them. Alma notes that the girl's feelings have not faded. The moon is embarrassed, and her cheeks are covered with a blush. Luna says that her family first lived in the capital, but her father could not stand the endless disputes between the aristocrats. For their own safety, they decided to move to the generic lands that have long belonged to their kind. Hearing the disputes between the nobility, Alma freely remembers her family. He realizes that the families of Luna have also got a lot of trials. The moon leads the story further, remembering how the local residents met them with sincere hospitality and warmth. They not only supported the newcomers, but also helped the house so that the family did not stay without shelter. In addition, the residents respect the advice and good words of her father. That is why Luna sought to thank the inhabitants of these lands the same. She confesses that she is very grateful to Alma, the owners of Oleteacha. Smiling, the girl adds, "Now, having a storage, he will be able to make much more for people." Alma recalls how the moon constantly reproaches him in dishonesty, but in his opinion, a real deception is her charming smile. Alma understands that when local infrastructure is completely restored and the moon is completely mastered, it will be able to overcome any difficulties even without its support. Alma covers sadness, but he is convinced that it will be more correct. After all, the residents of the settlement will be able to learn not only to rely on him. Suddenly, the guy hears a loud roar. It rotates sharply, and the moon is interested in what happened. Alma reports that the sound came from the outside. The moon again asks that it is noise. Finally, they decide to go out to find out the truth. Alma approaches the sister of the moon, wondering what happened. Sonia rotates, getting ready to explain the situation, but her words suddenly break off. The knights turn to Eric, the ruler of Frandal, urging him not to resist and to go with them quietly. The man was looking in an explanation. What happened? Why did they try to detain him? The knights convinced the man who was seized because he used the monster for his own selfish purposes. All those present have amazed views on knights. One of the knights sharply orders a man to go to the capital immediately with them, where he is waiting for a court on suspicion of betrayal. It has been 3 days since Mr. Erica was taken to the capital. Alma, along with the moon and Raoul, looked after the monsters, giving them food. Sonia also joined the case. She sat near the bowl, from which the wolves were caught. Suddenly, Alma approaches the girl and reassures her. They say, "Everything will work." The girl rotates and sees how the wolves are fun around the boy. Alma believes that if something serious happened, Uriah would have already informed it. Therefore, he decides that knights just want to understand the situation. Sonia is convinced of his father's innocence. Alma encourages the girl, assuring that everything you need to insist on her own, and that will be enough. Sonia stifles the boy. She is convinced that he should be strong and protect these lands until her father is absent. Sonia cheers herself on the cheeks, trying to cheer. Alma, Raoul, and Luna look at her with a smile. Noticing Sonia came to life, Raoul also rejoices. He finally ceases to worry her depressed condition, which lasted for 3 days. However, Sonia is still a little angry. At the same moment, Alma hears someone talking about the wound. The man rotates and notices a stranger in front of him. His clothes are torn, and the whole face is bruised. The settlers wondered what happened to him. The man replied that he was attacked by royal knights in the forest. He suggested that they decided to seize these lands, taking advantage of the absence of Lord Eric. Alma realizes that his alarming premonitions were not in vain. It is worried about the appearance of night creatures in the forest. Alma carefully examines the man and recalls how he claimed that he was attacked by knights. However, the wounds he sees do not look like a sword, most likely left with sharp claws. In addition, the guy notices some powder on the victim's clothes. The man appeals to one of the settlers with a request for help. He says that his wife and daughter remained in the forest. Alma agrees without hesitation and announces that he will go to the forest together with Raoul and the moon to explore the situation. The man appeals to Sonia and asks to take care of the injured. Sana confidently replies that he will do his best. Alma, Raoul, and Luna are leisurely heading the forest path. Raoul, looking around thoughtfully, suggests that what they saw earlier was just an illusion. Rosses as a surprise that this is a bizarre dream. Alma explains that there is a monster that sprinkles his victims with a special powder, and under his influence, a person sees his own most terrible horrors. Alma believes that the locals are most afraid of the sudden appearance of royal soldiers on their land. Alma thinks of why this man intentionally headed into the forest, where dangerous monsters are chatting, and he also took with him his family. Raoul reports Alma that they found the mother and daughter of that man, the kakuna who hung on a tree branch. The moon reports that knights appeared. Raoul alarming it, he immediately takes a fighting position and asks him if he, all of him, does not seem to him. At that moment, Alma shook Raoul loudly to turn and look to the right. Raoul has time to react and put the block when Fenrir rushes to him with an attack. Raoul looks into the wolf anxiety, not understanding that it prompted her suddenly to rush at him. Raoul suggests that everything seen can only be delusions. Alma asks whether the fear of the wolf has remained in their hearts, and expresses the opinion that Luna and Raoul have not yet got rid of anxiety. The role was aware of whether illusions could harm him. Alma answered, "They may well be dangerous." Raoul and Alma lower their eyes and notice a shimmering stones on the ground, emitting a strange glow. Alma is immediately alert. It seems to her that the enemy attacks, hiding behind ghostly illusions. Raoul again lifts the sword and asks if you can not just neglect the opponent's attacks. Alma in response states that they will have to take a fight. Lifting his gaze forward, he is surprised to notice a familiar silhouette. His father stands among the knights. Alma is stunned by the power of powder, capable of exposing the deepest human fears. He is convinced that the tool really works as designed. It is the meeting with his father, what he did not want the most. The moon instantly took a fighting position, tensely watching the enemy. Raoul became next to her, also ready for a fight. He confidently challenged, "Let them attack the first." Raoul cleverly reflected all hostile attacks with a sword, and the moon constantly used magic. Alma joined the battle, joining them with them. Alma realized that the illusion was not able to reproduce the true abilities of the original, so the guy decided to resort to the magic of the study. He was convinced that the enemy reliably disguised his place of finding, but thanks to the magic sensor, Alma would still be able to find him. Alma investigated the enemy and caused the strongest winding, super hurricane. The powerful vortex dispelled all the illusions of the back. Raoul Luna stood in delight in Alma's power. The next moment, Alma exclaims to raise his head. He looks up and sees like an insurance, whose features resemble a mixture of man with an insect, tries to attack him. Raoul rushes and attacks the monster. The moon closes his eyes and spells. Alma looks at the tree branch and notices that after the attack, Raoul found herself on it. Raoul, Luna, and Alma saved his wife and daughter of a wounded husband from the forest. They returned home safely. Raoul was sincerely glad that this was finally the end. However, Alma, seriously, stressed that it was not completed. The guy returns to her husband and asks if they really wanted to escape from Frandel. He specifies whether he understood everything correctly. The man is surprised to open his eyes. Sonia with the moon also rotate and look at him with surprise. He has already bowed his head, and his face suddenly wraps sadness. The moon is curious with interest that all this can mean. Alma suggests that a man with his family dared to move through dangerous thickets, avoiding the usual safe way. He adds that he quickly realized it. Among the ghostly images he was fallen into the eyes of the royal knights. The man states that the great sage Julius is guilty of everything. The moon listens closely to his words. He adds that it was at his initiative that Mr. Eric was accused of betrayal. Alma asks who Mr. Julius is. The man replies that Julius is the most prominent magician in the whole kingdom, whose abilities were almost equal to the power of the king himself. Julia is known as a ruthless and cold-blooded prime minister who mercilessly suppresses any danger to the state. The man tells how Julius has recently stuck the local feudal lord, who was suspected of bribery. It is rumored that Julia managed to suppress the riots on these lands in just a few days. Sonia presses his hand to the chest, then rotates and looks at his sister, who sadly bowed his head. The man notes that Alma is not local, so he does not count on his understanding of his anxiety. However, he is not anxious. What awaits him and his relatives when soldiers will appear before the settlement? The man confesses that he always considered the involvement of monsters a false idea. Alma looks at him without believing in his ears. Suddenly, Sonia breaks into a cry, demanding explanations from her husband. She reminds him that it was worth solving their problem as he was silent immediately. But just on the horizon there was a threat. He immediately translated all the blame to Alum. Alma rotates, trying to reassure Sanu, but does not quench and continues to insist, asking if the husband of his father's words remembers. Sonia noted that by trusting someone, he assumes all responsibility. The settlers silently shifted their views on the girl without saying words. At that moment, Alma approaches her. The guy reassures the girl, convincing that everything is fine with him. Sonia wants to add something else, but the guy interrupts it. People are just scared. Alma suggested that if a man's words are true, he would seek to go to the capital and prove Mr. Eric's innocence. But the girl realized that leaving the settlement, leaving him in a mess, would be too dangerous. Alma decided to reassure all residents of the village first. The man, putting his hand to the heart, pleads guilty for what happened, but he sincerely swore to the peasants. If suddenly strangers are attacking the settlement, he will do his best to ensure that no person will suffer. The guy appeals to all residents to give him a little time. In response, silence prevails in the village. People only bow their heads and stand silently. At that moment, Ruel approaches Alma and is interested in his intentions. He does not rest the question. Does Alma really go challenging the whole army? Alma lifts his eyes and proposes to prepare convincing protection to at least reassure everyone around. Raoul is interesting to ask how they will do it. Alma with calm confidence replies that she already thinks of some interesting options. Alma reports that she leaves them for a short time, and asks Raoul with the moon to take care of everyone in his absence. Raoul does not even have time to say a word, and the girls only silently take a look. Edward arrived in the kingdom and met with the great sage. He began to list all the magic things that Alma demonstrated during the harvest. Edward was convinced that fertilizers of the gods of fertility, magical crystals, and a demo potion were too valuable treasures to reach the usual border lord. The man suggested that Alma has some attitude to the empire and has demonic artifacts. Edward expresses his suspicions. He believes that Frandl secretly made a conspiracy with the empire, or with one of the mighty demons. Julius urges Edward not to draw hasty conclusions, and he agrees. He asks how they should do with Eric. The man explains that Eric did not resist during his arrest and insisted on his innocence. Julius wondered, and then wondered if Eric was the same man looking for Lord Frandl. After that, he ordered Edward to provide the Erica with everything necessary, because it was he who had to become their attraction. Edward is wondered if Eric really is only a bait. Julius confirms this, and adds that they have left to take the last decisive step in their plan. The night already prevailed. Everyone has long plunged into their beds. Only the moon, slipping unnoticed from the estate, disappeared in the dark. Lunanishko tried to get out of the house in the middle of the night. Suddenly, men's words sounded in silence. Someone asked where she went so late. The girl turned and suddenly saw her sister next to Raoul. It was Sonia who seriously asked where the moon was going. The moon was quite surprised to see her sister with Raoul. She was sure that both had been resting in her beds for a long time. Sonia calmly responded that they were not going to sleep at all. Sonia noted that her sister behaved unusual. Since the moon heard the name of the great magician, gloom has settled on her face. Sonia guessed that the moon was locked in itself. The moon strains and lowers the head. Sonia suspects that her girlfriend would prefer to find out the relationship with Julius. It seems to her that the moon has invented some stupid pranks. Suddenly the moon breaks out of place and rushes. Sonia with Raoul rapidly rushes her, trying not to keep up. The excited Sonia calls her sister and asks why the moon is so unexpectedly escapes. It is not behind, persistently pursuing the moon, and constantly tries to stop it. The moon stops near a small house. Raoul and Sonia soon catch up with her. Smiling, Raoul checks that the endurance of the moon is clearly missing. The moon raises his eyes and reports that she saw Julius only once, at the gift ceremony. The girl remembers the priest who once told her that she was gifted with the gift of the sediment. Then she felt true happiness. Around everyone enthusiastically shouted and joyfully clapped their hands. The moon remembers how Julius suddenly appeared behind her. She spread her eyes with surprise. It was then that the stranger called and said his name. Everyone around the great sage immediately recognized. Julius turned to the girl, noting that her soul is dormant a great talent. She looked at her husband silently, waiting for further words. Julius invited her to join him and promised to realize any of her desire. The moon has now decided to go to the capital. She is sure that this is the only chance to save her father. Sonia is wondering what it should mean. She thoughtfully asks whether the moon really believes that her father is happy about such salvation. The moon bows his head and says quietly that he is ready to help. That is why she appeals to Raoul and Sonia not to interfere. Suddenly, the moon produces a powerful spell, a lightning ball. Sonia immediately understood. The girl shot with a bullet zipper directly into the ground to blind them. She exclaimed to Raoul, demanding that he intervene immediately. At that moment the guy was near the moon. He stood alert, accepting the battlefield. Raoul immediately guessed that the girl decided to deprive them of vision, but her steps were still clearly in silence. The moon sincerely apologized to the Dorco and assured him that when she returned, it would help to put everything in order. Raoul never realized what she was talking about. Already in the next moment the month is sharply turned and from a powerful attempt is hit by a foot just in the house. The roar structure is destroyed, scattering on debris. The man finds himself under the rubble of bricks and is powerless, falling down, finally defeated. The moon runs to the capital. Her sister appeals to Raoul and says that the moon was aware of the shaky roof of the house. Raoul raises his hand, realizing that the girl as well, focused on the terrain, therefore, had a significant advantage. The moon cast a gaze on the gate, reflecting on how to cross it and step beyond familiar lands. Suddenly in the air, a bag of seeds flashed in the air and almost touched her shoulder. These were grains of heavenly tree. The seeds flew, and in the eyes of a girl from the ground began to grow gorgeous trees. The moon turned and saw Raoul. Sonia also managed to run up, and she told the girl that she was nowhere else to run around the trees themselves, and they completely surrounded her. Sonia as Luna suggests just to give up. She insists that they should wait for the return of Alma. The moon suddenly remembers something extremely important and lowers the head. She sighs and says they really have to wait for Alma. Sana is interested in asking what it means. The moon mysteriously replies that she will have to thank Almi. The moon appeals to the sister, leaving her the village under the care. A moment later, she activates the teleport and disappears from her eyes in an instant. Sonia instantly guesses that the girl resorted to magic again. In memory, it escaped as in Alma Luna. She could barely climb a few centimeters. Raoul enthusiastically calls the moon genius. Sonia casts an annoyed look at him. The guy turns away and asks what they will do next. He emphasizes that it is dark in the forest now, so go there is not a way out. Sonia lowers her head and sighs. In all these years, her sister has not changed at all. Raoul is interested in asking what Sonia is in mind. The girl lifts her gaze and explains. If the moon solves something, it will stand on her to the last, and no words will not be convinced of her words. Sonia recalls how the moon assured that Mr. Almi could be trusted. She reproaches her sister for her behavior. At this point, Edward was still in the same office with Julius. They discussed a further plan of action. Julius raises the magic stone and is interested in the name of the person who saved the village. Edward specifies whether a man refers to the guy who brought all sorts of rare artifacts to the border guard. A moment later, the name of the guy was called Alma. Edward also recalls and voices his name. In the morning, Alma found Fenrir. The wolf was on the very edge of a rapid abyss. The guy noted that she still skillfully hides her presence. He had a long time to look for it. Fenrir looks around and points out that the guy is infrequent. Alma agrees and adds that she has already come up with a wolf thanks to him. Fenrir watches Alma with interest, waiting for him to continue. He smiles in response and offers the wolf to draw with him force. Fenrir wondered if she really had to fight. The guy confirmed it and emphasized that the wolf should use all his power. He added that this duel should be a matter of life and death for her. Fenrir confesses that he does not understand why all this. The guy looks carefully at the wolf for a few seconds, waiting for her further words. Fenrir turns away, sighing. She does not deny what Almi owes, but believes that a deadly duel is an extra extreme. Wolf says that she cannot find her son in the morning. She asks the boy to visit some other time. Alma apologizes, and then he looks and confesses that he has no other way out. Fenrir has a distrustful position on the boy, watching his every movement carefully. At the same moment, a stone flies from the high mountain. The guy instantly resorts to magic. Fenrir asks in surprise why he does it. She is sure that the guy is not one of those who act inadvertently, so he should have a good reason to start a fight. Fenrir categorically insists on explanation. Alma says that Mr. Erica was taken to the capital. He recalls that Vovchitsa lives near people, so he concludes that she knows everything about everything. Fenrir has subjected, adding that she also heard. Erica was accused of assembled monsters for rebellion. Alma lowers his head and admits that he actually is guilty of his captivity. She is convinced that it is necessary to find a way to prove his innocence. Long and persistently thinking how to do it, the guy stops on the same idea. Bring a small, rare monster with him, and bring him to the capital to present the king as proof of his devotion. The wolf is straining, her look is sharpening. She demands to explain how the guy dared to pick her wolf. The guy spreads his hands, assuring that he simply offers different options. He is wondering if this is not too good for quarrel. The wolf confesses that it is too old. Alma is so surprised by her words that he first decides as if he was wrong to hearing. But the wolf repeats again. She is no longer young, because she could not even see the treacherous soul of the boy. Fenrir suddenly disappears from the field of view. Alma is looking hard where the wolf went, but a sudden shadow appears behind and causes a lightning blow. A cloud of dust is raised in the air, which completely hides everything around. When the dust eventually subsides, the wolf said in surprise that Alma did not suffer any harm after her attack. She can't believe it. It seemed to her that she was suddenly caught. Alma used the magic of search and protection at the same time. As a result, she managed to create a powerful magic barrier. He then called on the most powerful magic of the wind. He called the storm. The element left a huge trace. Alma realized. It became clear to him that the wolf was able to jump between the shadows. The young man suggested that the wolf snapped just through the shadows, as if jumping from one to another. He was convinced that this time he would definitely hit. At that moment, it is struck by the incredible power of Alma's magical energy. Fenrir carefully evaluates Alma's own strengths and capabilities. She quickly understands. In a straight duel, she has no chance of winning. Vovchitsa admits that the guy is surprisingly a mighty magician. Alma tried hard to guess what move would make the wolf further. Meanwhile, Fenrir used the spell of the shadows, and a small shadow monster emerged from the darkness. One of the shadow beasts suddenly emerged just after the guy. He rushed, but the invisible barrier completely leveled his blow. Nothing happened. Alma shattered. That guy was thinking that he could not predict what shadow this time would jump out of the beast. While he was distracted by the attacks of shadow animals, the wolf suddenly joined the battle. The guy quickly realized that this hut was much more careful than he seemed. She only attacked with the help of shadows, while keeping away and without danger. Alma tried hard to unravel what the wolf thought. The protective magic barrier that surrounded him was the invention of Alma himself. He connected the elements of search and defense magic in it. I will adjust the barrier so that it reveals the enemy, calculates the damage caused, and determine the likely points of attack. This spell is extremely difficult and needs a lot of mana. Alma quickly realized that he would not constantly be able to keep the protective barrier. His main advantage in this match was magic. While physically, he was clearly inferior to the wolf. Alma realized that the wolf was just pulling time, gradually depleting his strength. He was absolutely necessary to return the initiative to his hands. Alma activated magic, which enhances physical abilities. His muscles have strengthened, endurance increased, movements became more agile, and the reaction, even more lightning. The wolf was surprised at the guy. He was going to apply acceleration, evasion, strengthening of resistance and endurance, as well as exacerbate vision and overall sensitivity. The wolf was struck by the fact that the guy applied a few at the same time, and each of them enhanced his physical capacity. One of the shadow animals rapidly rushed to Alum, trying to attack, but the guy managed to repel and reflected the attack. Later, other shadow animals rushed to the attack, but were defeated. The guy skillfully reflected and defeated each of them. Alma turned to the wolf and wondered if the moment had come to fight for her. In response, he suggested that she prove her determination. Then Alma asked if she sufficiently demonstrated all the force she was capable of. The wolf considered the boy weird. She had no idea that he would just cope with her army of shadows. However, Fenrir won enough time. Alma still did not understand what this idea was. He looked around and saw the sun already leaning over the horizon. It is at this moment that the wolf prey challenges his teeth and announces that the era of its domination will soon come. According to legend, it is Fenrir. When the end of all things comes, the sun and the moon will be absorbed. She is the lord of the darkness. The guy felt Fenrir's approach. Suddenly, his protective barrier has suffered a powerful blow. He was surprised because he did not even have time to react or grasp the moment of attack. Alma guessed that the case was not in speed. Fenrir seemed to dissolve in the shadows and appeared near the victim. It was impossible to avoid this blow. This was Fenrir's special ability, the shadow of death. Alma rushed. Fenrir yelled after him to run in vain. She was rapidly approaching, shortening the distance between them. Alma used magic, blinding Fenrir. The young man imposed an expanding ray spell. However, Fenrir did not affect it at all. She just smiled, saying that his resistance was a futile business. Suddenly, Alma rotates sharply, and the wave of the hand starts the spell. Fenrir watches over the events, unable to understand what is happening. The guy evokes the most powerful among all earthly magicians, a spell of volcanic stone. Once near the formed block, the Alma's intention awaits the result of the attack. But at the same moment, Fenrir's voice was heard. She quickly realized that the glow was created not to destroy it, but to limit the field of view. Fenrir rushes to a man rapidly, but the protective barrier of Alma gives cracks. The stranger, gathering, is covered with hands and rushes forward again. Then Vovchitsa coldly points out that all his attempts are in vain. Fenrir with a smile notes that while in the darkness, she is able to move instantly wherever he wants, despite the frantic attempts of the boy to hit her. She asks cunning whether all the efforts of Alma are absolutely useless. The guy rotates, crosses his hands on his chest, and calls for the magic of the wind. He speaks a spell, a jump in the air. Alma is raised. The wolf looks at him with indignation and throws, "It is extremely stupid." She asks stifling whether the guy really thinks that her shadows will not be able to get it even in the air. It commands all the darkness of the world, so he has nowhere to escape. The wolf states that the end has come to Alma. She will not stop until she kicks the truth about the location of her son. Alma patiently waits the right moment, and then exclaims that something has opened. Then she looks at him and asks that it could mean. Alma mockingly shows a finger on Fenrir, smiling crooked. If he were not fully confident in his own victory, he would not dare to fight at all. Meanwhile, the wolf is stunning the dazzling glow. She absolutely does not understand where she came from. Alma explains that for a number of reasons he cannot afford to delay this fight. Wolf considers it nonsense, because the sun has long been hiding behind the horizon. But suddenly she notices. The light began to move again. Vovchitsa notes something unusual. The top of Madoki stands nearby, a creature that masking under a huge mountain, hid to lure the lost travelers just to her mouth. Oh, She is gradually realizing that Alma carefully hid her true feelings and cleverly put her out. Wolf realized that she should escape and rushed back, seeking to hide in the dark. But Alma intercepted her, noting that she would not escape in the air. The guy reached forward and through the ceiling. He summoned the magic of fixed chains, clasping Fenrir. With his breath, the guy watched the wolves powerlessly settling on the ground, unable to move. Fenrir resigned to her defeat. She realizes that he has no right to ask for something in Alma, but still dare to ask him to choose her instead of her own son. Suddenly, the wolves make a voice. They are striking the courage of Alma, because he managed to defeat the owner of the mountains, their mother. One of the toddlers waves with a paw and confidently states that the guy's strength is not less than that of a real monster. Fenrir extends his eyes from surprise and asks that all this should mean. Suddenly she notices how other monsters emerge from the depths of the forest. Fenrir realized that all other monsters watched their duel carefully. Alma stated that having won, now he became the new ruler of these mountains. The wolf asked what it means for him. Fenrir is surprised to ask if Alma did all this for the sake of Wolf. Alma replies that he learned about Fenrir as the owner of the mountains. He tells in detail about everything that has happened and asks Fenrir to hide. Meanwhile, Wolf is delighted to watch the battle. Fenrir is amazed. Why did Alma do all this? He notes that he could just exercise his right to a request, but Alma explains, if he did so, he would have had to prove his power before the monsters for a long time. Alma claims that the fastest way to gain recognition is to challenge and defeat the current ruler. This is the case, in his opinion, you can get a general respect. Fenrir recalls the words of Alma that the victory in the Wolf Cup and the trip with him to the capital should symbolize the devotion to the king. She understands. The guy just tried to get her out of himself. Fenrir confesses that there are moments when the guy knocks her out of the panther. Alma bows to Fenrir and apologizes. He confesses that he sought strength to protect his native land, and because of this he questioned the trust and feelings of the wolf. Alma acknowledges that he has no right to apologize, so he promises to thank everything. And then, ready to redeem his guilt, taking on Fenrir's anger, pulling on a huge Fenrir, she inadvertently wondered how difficult it was to Alma near him. She did not leave her thought. What to do with this guy next? Elmo looks and with interest asks what it means. Fenrir replies that the guy has just proved his strength to the forest monsters, so he no longer needs to humble the wolf so humbly. She convinces the boy to become a model for others. Alma watches the wolf with surprise. Fenrir smiles, making sure that her guessing about the boy was right. She proclaims Aluma with the owner of the mountains. Smiling, he meets the look of the wolf and silently thanks her. It confirms with confidence that everything is now prepared. The wolf turns to Alma and says he has a request for her. Alma asks what he wants. The wolf asks the guy to give them all the names. Alma is amazed. Why the monsters of names? Fenrir requires that the guy calls both her and her son with names. She insists that, having become their servant, she wants to get a sign that would confirm this connection. She insists that this is her personal request. Alma first looks at the wolf, and then a smile appears on her face. He agrees, but warns. He does not promise that the names will be successful. 2 days have passed since the moon has left Fenrir. Alma has not yet returned, and no signs of approaching the army have appeared. Raoul and Sonia sat at the gate. The guy looked closely at Sanu, and immediately noticed her depressed look. Lowering his head, he closed his eyes and begged for Alma to return as soon as possible. Suddenly, the guy hears the familiar voice of Alma, who apologizes, they say. She lingered a little. He rotates instantly. His face shines with joy from meeting a friend. Suddenly, it is covered by horror. He notices that the boy's body is clamped in the wolf's mouth. When Astro happened, he came to the conclusion that Vovchitsa still defeated Alum. Sonia looked with fear at Alum and Wolf. Alma, noticing this, turned to Raoul and Sani and asked to look closely at him. They reluctantly fulfilled requests and immediately noticed a few more incredible monsters whose outlines caused them surprise and anxiety. Suddenly, the wolf jumps out of the thickets and begins to tell how Alma won his mother in a hard duel. Wolf says that now Alma is the owner of these mountains and forests, and all the monsters only obey him. Raoul cannot believe that the wolf was defeated by Alma. He turns to the guy and notes that all this looks strange. Suddenly, Raoul becomes clear that when talking, he completely dismantled the wolf. He astonishment asks how it could happen. Alma says that she gave the wolf and her son on another name, so that their telepathic connection has increased significantly. Raoul is interested in what other names were given to them. Alma explains that the monsters who carry the second name appear in this world extremely rare. He emphasizes that unlike nameless relatives, such creatures are distinguished by great force and reason. He explains that thanks to a naming spell, you can forcibly give the monster a second name. Raoul carefully approaches Zapra and gently strokes it on the back. He notes that if you look closely, you can see. Boars and wolves became different. They have changed something. Emma assures that even this boar is able to handle the adventurers of level B. Raoul covers true horror. Alma spreads her hands wide and declares that he gave all his strength to name every monster in the forest. The wolf notes that even Alma can run out of mana. Raoul is striking that Alma gave the name to every monster in the forest. Alma assures that there are as many as 30,000 monsters in the forest. She decided to leave 564 monsters for them to guard the village. Alma states that it is he who gave all the monsters names. Now, at any moment and everywhere, he can find out where they are and what they do. Raoul still couldn't get rid of the huge number of monsters who had filled the forest. It seemed that nothing could surprise him. L11 claims that the main dilemma is in trust. Can peasants rely on monsters? It was the monster that were the spark that led to all the troubles. At that moment, peasants approach them and assure Alum that she has nothing to worry about. The girl looks carefully at them and notices that everyone was armed with what he could. And on the bodies of all, instead of armor, there are cuddling kitchen utensils and plates. The man admits that the last few days cannot forget the words of the Masan, in particular, that on their shoulders is also a share of responsibility. The man appeals to Mr. Alma and states that all the peasants will also stand up for. He emphasizes that every resident of the village is ready to defend their native land from the royal troops and will wait for Mr. Eric's return. Such determination of the villagers is pleasantly surprised by Alum. Raoul laid his hands behind his head and enthusiastically notes how well the girl coped. He did not even imagine that her passionate words would inspire the peasants. They are now ready to challenge the royal guard to defend their lands. She approaches the piers behind Alma and with a smile notes that these lands are truly wonderful. The guy eagerly supports her opinion. Suddenly, a man notices a wolf and is covered by fear. Fenrir ironically asks whether it is too late to surprise her appearance. However, it is most important for a man that this wolf suddenly spoke. Alma attracts general attention and announces, "As it is in the capital, the security and supervision of the settlement are completely transferred to the feline." The wolf with obedience accepts her new owner. The wolf, who now bears the name of Fel, rushes forward, strongly waved his paw, and declares that he also accepts the order of the ruler. Alma notes that he had not had to spend his entire supply to a drop for a long time. The last thing has happened in the past life. Alma decides to check the status of her own skills. He opens the system and sees that his mana stock is exhausted to 0. He still remembers his characteristics from past life. Finally, he almost did not raise the level. Even now, this guy can reproduce all the levels of his skills by heart. Alma notices something strange among the designations of skills. It is surprising. What would it mean? He sees that one of his skills suddenly dropped to the first level, although everyone else remained as they were before. Only one skill dropped to the first level. The guy makes the assumption that the level is not just a reflection of success in development. Thanks to the rebirth skill, he returned his memories. And the abilities acquired in the past life were open to him only after reaching adulthood. Alma is thought out whether the progress is further transmitted. He understands that this is only an assumption, but such a probability remains. Alma is considering her palms and realizes that he is even more powerful. But there is no special need for this. At this time, in the kingdom, the fame, in the heart of the capital Wilhelm, a real 1,000 army of warriors gathered on the castle. Edward gladly examined the warriors present and could not hide his surprise. He wondered if this army was too large to conquer a tiny area. Edward addressed this issue to General named Achilles. Achilles smiles and notes that his subordinate reminds him of the Prime Minister. He loves to joke. Achilles explains that the main task of the soldiers is to be carriers, simple loaders. After all, someone has to deliver wine, money, and all the necessary things to the capital. The man assures Edward, no matter what the terrain will be, even if the army of 10,000 soldiers will oppose them, Achilles alone would be enough to overcome them all and conquer any land. Edward looks carefully at the man and understands. It is not empty words. Achilles is the god of war, the commander-in-chief, who manages all the hostilities of the kingdom. In addition, Edward learned that literally Achilles had recently suppressed the uprising in a troubled region, defeating the enemy's army. But at the same time, less pleasant rumors were spreading about it. Edward again turns to the man, noting that he appeared on the training field, not just, but with the important news from Lord Julia. His lord asks Achilles to temporarily postpone the campaign to Fenrir. The victim in anger rejects the words of the opponent, stating that Julius jokes no worse than him. He refuses. Meanwhile, that man notes that the preparation for the departure of troops has long been completed. Suddenly a deep crack is near the wall, near Achilles and Edward. A moment, and the whole structure falls down. Edward noticed how the enemy broke through the outer wall. Achilles, glancing the eyes of unexpected guests, asked who they were. The girl came forward and introduced herself as a moon. She reported she had arrived from Fenrir to see the great sage Julius. Therefore, the moon turned her gaze to Achilles and asked where Julius was. The moon is wondering what kind of recommendation the letter should be provided. In response, the knights explain that you can meet with a great sage only by prior arrangement, or having a corresponding recommendation letter. The moon is silent, not finding words. Knights, however, seem to find out everything for themselves. They are sure that the moon is just another fan of Julius. The girl realized that she would have to look for another way. So, without hesitation, she destroyed the wall and firmly moved the new road. The knights looked carefully at the girl, trying to understand who she is. They did not leave the question. Why did she need a great sage Julius? The moon puts hands forward, and with a look indicates all of the end to retreat, if they are expensive. The girl causes the most incredible storm, using the strongest magic of the wind. Many nighttime care went into the air from a magical blow to the girl. The rest immediately rushed at her. The girl again used her magical abilities, and the knights immediately lost her from sight. They feverishly tried to guess where she could go. It was at this moment that the moon invisibly appeared in their backs and ruthlessly attacked them. Achilles laughs loudly, noting that the moon is a savvy spy. He winks Edward and asks if he wants to stay and see. The man turned to the voice of one of the knights. At the same time, a fireball flew in him. The moon was convinced that she was missing, and for a moment she thought where the victims went. Suddenly, her eyes were surprised. General, with a smug smile, easily repelled her attack. The girl was amazed. The man was able to repel her attack with his bare hands. Achilles strongly spoke forward and ordered his knights to disperse. The girl immediately realized, in front of her, a completely different league. With every second, she felt a strong pressure that seemed to come from a real sage. But there was an alarming awareness inside her. In fact, everything is much worse. The harsh look of the man slid the girl. He sharply ordered her to climb immediately, otherwise he would not spare her. Achilles thought he could dispel boredom. Someone distracts him, and it is at this moment that the girl feels as it suddenly becomes easier to breathe. One of the knights notes that although the moon is still a child, she managed to destroy the whole wall. In his opinion, in this case, the knights should deal with it themselves, because he is not used to converging in a duel with children. In addition, the noble warrior was not in the best mood today. The man looks around, hearing a maiden voice. She has already decided everything for herself. It does not matter how powerful her opponent is, she will certainly win, because she must meet with the great sage and save her father. The girl apologizes and then rushes to kill babies again. The man is wondering why she only remembers Julius. Achilles noticed how the girl coped with witchcraft without even saying a word. It alerted him. The guy realized that he should act more carefully. The moon is surprised that her magical attacks do not harm the man at all. Not having an idea of the abilities of the enemy, she decides to stay away. The moon calls on the wind forces and says the spell, wind cutting. The man smiles. He did not know that this girl could become a worthy enemy for him. However, if she so longs for the duel, he gladly accepts her challenge. The man threw a heavy block in her direction, but a girl with her eyes closed is instantly in another place. This attracts his attention. This reaction seems quite strange to him. The girl's eyes were surprised when a whole hail of giant blocks suddenly fell on her. She cleverly evaded and tried to stay away, but Achilles was constantly moving, with a cunning smile on her mouth. The girl became clear. He easily calculates all her intentions, and each subsequent throw only brings her to defeat. One of the stones almost hit the girl, but she cleverly created a water shield, defending herself with the magic of water. Further, saying the spell of the waterfall, it caused a powerful stream that covered all knights with a river of uncontrollable water. The girl was convinced that no matter how invincible Achilles, he would not overcome the water element. The waves would ruthlessly sweep him away. The moon is surprised to widen his eyes. Contemplating the man skillfully directs the flow of water with the gust of wind. Achilles throws the column directly into the wall. After that, he comes closer and asks the girl if she really thought she could hide behind her. He shows the girl on the front door and asks to run hard. In this way, he gives her the opportunity to escape. The girl wondered what a gift of Achilles was. She suggested that it was probably the power of the body. The girl takes her hand away and confesses that she deliberately brought her husband here. Suddenly the gates of the palace are struck simply on a man. Present, stunned, shifting his views from him to the moon. Everyone understands. She did it intentionally. The man suggested that the girl was able not only to teleport, but also to manage the movement of objects. The moon approached the man and again asked where Julius was. Achilles stretched in the smile of his mouth, which glittered on his face. The moon stops in front of Achilles and asks for Julius. Achilles was so angry that veins were straining and protruding. He could not understand where this girl had so much arrogance. The man is surprised that the girl is completely young and already possesses many. He acknowledges that the moon is a real lucky one because it has such a gift. But at the same time it admits that people cannot tolerate such people. A man in curiosity asks whether she really wants to meet with a great sage. He does not give him one thing. Why did this girl not be scared and went straight to Julius? Luna states that she wants to conclude an agreement with Julius. He is ready to sacrifice his own life for the sake of saving his father. She is determined. She will fight for those who love in Fenrir. Achilles wondered who her father was. At first, he did not understand the question, but soon guessed. The father of the moon, Eric, was the ruler of Fenrir. The man recalls Edward's words about the fatal. Achilles lowers his head and confesses that he has now got into place for him. Now he realized why Julius insisted on the deposition of the campaign. He became clear. Julius is ready for anything to gain more. Achilles notes that it's time to try another approach. The girl widens her eyes with surprise, noticing the striking changes in his posture, and quickly realizes he does not use any magic. The man breaks the doors that pressed him, and smiling says, "It is only necessary to get rid of a mysterious stranger, and all the problems will disappear instantly." Achilles breaks the door into chips, tearing up. The moon was stunning at Achilles. The door was completely made of steel, and the girl could not understand how possible. She was convinced that such a strong design would safely withstand even a strong man. Edward rotates and looks at Achilles, the god of war. He realizes that that man received the gift of Berserko. Mana is not able to leave his body, but instead it tirelessly strengthens the muscles and bones, giving superhuman power. Almost all relatives of Achilles are experienced magicians, and because of the lack of ability to witchcraft, he was always perceived by a stranger in his own family. But exceptional physical data allowed him to find himself on another way. Today, he is one of the most powerful masters of martial arts. Edward thought with anxious whether Achilles could have time. The man at that moment took the battlefield, preparing for the attack. He burned with determination. The moon instantly realized that it should stay at a distance. She moved far, using the teleportation so as not to hit his blow. The man also caught that the moon used the magic of movement. Without spending time, he jumped and disappeared from view. Luna looked stunned at the place where a mysterious stranger had just stood. The knights were also stunned by the sudden disappearance of the man. They seemed to be able to move the Achilles too. However, Luna could not accept such an explanation. Noticing a huge mark on Earth, she realized that the man just jumped with incredible force. But though she tried, Luna could not understand where he went. At the same moment, Achilles was behind the moon. He swung, ready to strike. The girl only had to think about how to act, to evade, to teleport, but she quickly realized that there was no time left. The forces of Germany were already on the verge. The man swings, but suddenly finds that the moon has disappeared, and nowhere. The man was surprised at the place where the girl stood. He only guesses that she used to take advantage of teleportation. The man rotates and notices Julius, who holds the girl in her arms. It was he who saved her. He had time to pick up and pull it away. The girl wanted to say something, but she could not say a word. She was overwhelmed by the admiration that the great sage of Julius came to her help. Julius released the girl. Julia reports that she received the news from Sir Edward. He believes that Achilles unfairly treated the girl, demonstrating coldness and indifference. According to Sir, Achilles' behavior was just horrible, and he remained extremely dissatisfied with it. In response, Achilles just smiles and notes that even a month destroyed their protective walls. Julia believes that most wounds are guilty of Achilles himself because of her carelessness. During the battle, he was not accustomed. He simply did not think about every movement. Julius assures everyone that personally covers all the costs of wall restoration and elimination of other damage. He persistently convinces the audience that this case should be considered, I quote, a training incident. He also orders that the wounded soldiers were subsequently taken to him. Julius was asked if new claims could be made in the future. Achilles looks at the man fiercely, and then sharply turns away and states that he has no claim. Just goes away. The moon escaped the man with his eyes until he disappeared from the field of view. Then Julius turned to her, and nodding, asked him to go with him. They had to talk alone. The two of them moved to his office. Julius wondered if the girl really seeks to liberate his Lord Eric and return his owner's rights. For a moment, he smiled Crivo, and then laughed quietly to himself. The moon now looked closely at the man, remembering that the great sage Julius became famous as the most powerful magician and the ruthless prime minister. Her whole nature was excited. What trials does he prepare for her? The girl squeezes his fists firmly, preparing for any development. She has already made a solid decision to save her father, and will not retreat before anything, even if she had to cross the law. Julius is interested in whether the girl really considers him so terrifying and ruthless. The moon thinks whether she expressed her opinion aloud. Suddenly she brings her mouth with her palm. Julius reassures the girl and asks her not to be afraid, assuring that his proposals will only benefit her. As the man noted, the month is completely indifferent to him. The girl looks at him, not hiding her astonishment. Julius notes that he is interested in the talent of the moon. The girl widens her eyes in surprise and asks why her husband is her abilities. Julius decides to voice his requirements. The girl, barely hearing what he achieves, opens his eyes from surprise, and does not even have time to hide her surprise. Achilles asks as soon as Julius said. The husband states that the moon will become his wife. The man announces that the military campaign against the Fadal was abolished, and Lord Eric is withdrawn back. He notes that Eric, as a close relative of the king, will trust the rule of these lands. Achilles in response notes that this is not what he asked about. The husband reminds again that they will soon become a husband and wife. Achilles decides that Julius is just joking, but the man turns to him with a serious look. The moon only looks around and lowered his eyes in silence. When the moon learned that Julius was taking her for his wife, fear has covered her heart. Imaging her sister quarrel with such persons and carelessness in the big city, she secretly feels guilty. The man, noticing this, denies and says that the moon is wrong. He emphasizes again. He is interested only in the strength of this girl, not herself. He explains his desire to marry simply. He wants her incredible talent to be nearby. Luna asks whether this is exactly what Julia has caught his father, and keeping all the Findel in a state of fear. She thinks what could make a man go for such radical steps for the sake of incredible power. Julius looks silently at the girl. He does not answer the girl's appeal and reports that the wedding ceremony will take place tomorrow. Explaining that it is too late, he advises her to relax in her room. The man invites her to follow him. The moon is convinced that what the great sage of Julius wants is the power she used when meeting with Fenrir. Edward noticed how the moon had fallen, and immediately noticed that there was no point in angry. He explained that he understands her dissatisfaction. For such a girl as she, the idea of marriage for agreement seemed alien and unacceptable. But he hastened to reassure her, emphasizing, among the aristocracy, such unions are a common matter. Moreover, Edward noted that she was also lucky. The moon was surprised to ask what it was in mind. The husband explains that, having become the wife of the prime minister, her situation will significantly rise above other aristocrats. It will receive an undeniable advantage. The moon will be able to enjoy all the benefits of the royal palace, luxurious public baths, fairy tale gardens, as well as the boundless opportunities of the royal library, which contains a variety of books. Hearing about the books on mania, the moon was immediately alarmed. Its emotions escaped outside. The man immediately noticed the outbreak of admiration in the girl's eyes. Edward confirmed that their castle really has a huge library. The girl fades away from a surprise, so struck that for a moment she gets off, and then exclaims, not believing to her eyes, "How can a man who looks almost her peer be older than 60? In addition, she adds, Mr. Julius impresses with her attractiveness, despite his respectable age. Edward, a little awkward, confesses that he only calculated. He remembers how he was still young and enthusiastic. He first got into the palace, and the wise Julius already held the post of prime minister. The moon is stunned by Edward. Her eyes are widely revealed from surprise after his words. The man notices it, smiles mysteriously and asks why the girl looks so strangely at him. He was obsessed with the desire for power, but Edward notes that Mr. Julius's true intentions are a secret for him. Edward tells how he once found a man when he looked thoughtfully at some photo. Then he also remembered the promise that Mr. Julius gave someone in the past. Achilles raises his voice, asking Julia to refrain from such words. He reports that the warriors are ready to go into battle and complain that they were delayed for so long. Ahila is annoying the idea that Julius was going to turn everything upside down through marriage with a girl. Achilles asks Julia whether he realizes how many hassles he brings to everyone around. The great sage argues that the benefit of this marriage for the state is dominated by all possible inconveniences. Achilles doubts. Is it really so? All this seems to him a delusional, tired old man who has annoyed his life on the slope of years. The words of Julia Achilles treated without much seriousness. Julius becomes much more serious and states that everything has already been resolved. He announces that the ceremony will start in a few hours. He hints at the man in the envelope and adds that he would like to see his participation. The moon cast a look at Achilles with a frozen expression. Achilles himself angered himself. Tense veins reappeared on his face. Meanwhile, Edward carefully approached his master and whispered that now, a completely inappropriate moment. The moon is delighted to look at Achilles, watching his horns grow up. He smiles, and with a joking note he notes that only Julius could squeeze it. Julius begins to explain that Achilles has a unique gift of berserko, capable of focusing Manu inside. This power gives the hero an unprecedented power, but he is not devoid of weaknesses. Julius emphasizes that Achilles is emotionally unstable, and his mana just goes crazy. The man explains that ordinary people naturally go beyond the body, but Achilles does not have this opportunity. This is what makes it so stubborn and inflammatory. Currently, the god of war has lost control of himself. Achilles suddenly lifts his head, as if catching someone's voice. Without hesitation, he strikes with his hand on the column nearby, and literally falls in a moment. Edward's moon is alarmed, confused with unexpected events. Achilles does not stop screaming. He confesses that the voice in his head incites him to a fight, encourages all the fury outwards. The man jumps sharply and swollen with his fist, pouring his dissatisfaction with Julius. He, without lost, prepares to give a decent repent. Edward confesses that things go bad. It is even difficult for him to imagine what the fight between the great sage and the martial arts master will end. He is convinced that the consequences of this clash can be truly terrible. The moon thinks whether Mr. Julius should save, in her memory, the moment when Julius saved her. At the same time, she is aware that if Julius does not, their agreement will lose meaning. Julius assures that everything is under his control. Crossing his arms on his chest, he coolly asks the moon not to interfere. A man throws a liking look at Achilles, preparing to use a special magic of the environment. The bright flash illuminated everything around. The moon and Edward instinctively lift their hands, trying to protect their eyes. The moon suddenly heard someone's cry and wondered in surprise who was so loud. Excited voices came to her ears. People tried to find out what happened and where a new participant in this confrontation came from. At that moment, the moon was engulfed by powerlessness, a strange feeling that seemed to her pain. The moon recognizes the voice of Alma, who with relief notes that it was thanks to acquaintance with the Mana girl that he could move immediately to the palace. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Alma and Raoul suddenly appeared right before Achilles. Achilles angrily hits the barrier with your palm. The guy informs worriedly, "The palace is a real mess." The moon is genuinely rejoiced because Alma has finally appeared. Achilles attaches jaws, and Alma rotates to greet the girl. He hesitates whether it is worth mentioning that they have not seen themselves for a long time. The girl is filled with a blush, and Julius throws a harsh, almost threatening look at Alma. He almost was just opposite Julius. He raised a protective barrier that repelled Achilles' attack and defended the great sage. Achilles wondered how Alma came to the palace in general. At first he decided that the guy could be teleported, but he remembered. The castle was protecting a powerful barrier. However, these details did not matter. For Achilles' Alma, he still remained prey. Alma revolves and catches the fierce look of Achilles. Returning to the moon, he is relieved that he is glad to see her unharmed. The rumors that came to him scared him. It seemed that something was terrible with her. Achilles jumps and waves with his hand, trying to strike the opponent. He does not even have time to react, but he is saved by a protective barrier. The moon exclaims, calling Alum to look at the offensive. The young man immediately noticed. Achilles' power was truly impressive and even frightened. The moon looked at the boy with delight, shouted his name, and Julius clearly heard this joyous call. He realized that before him the mysterious stranger whom Edward told him. Julius watches the boy closely and notices he does not try to respond to Achilles, only skillfully reflects them. Such a spell happens to him for the first time. The Alma barrier was able to repel even an unexpected attack. Finally, Julius concludes that this barrier is instantly and independently protects against any attacks. Achilles smiles at the predatory and asks Alma what he will do if someone kisses his earth from under his feet. A man with a frantic force hits his hand on the ground, and the soil cracks under his blow. Alma immediately understands. Achilles sought to destroy the resistance. Achilles notes that if the magic of this guy did not block absolutely everything, he would not even breathe. The man is aware that the barrier only responds to shocks or blows. Achilles concludes that if he moves smoothly and carefully, he will be able to get to Alma. The man extends his hands to Alma, but suddenly his eyes extend from surprise. The girl manages to slip clever from his reach. The man hisses irritatedly. He will be angry because Alma managed to evade and still hurt him. Meanwhile, the moon draws attention. Achilles has no more horns. Julius, watching the fight, realized that the automatic counterattack worked for a man. He turned to Achilles, and he answered his eyes, wondered what Julius seeks to say. The great magician calmly asked him to ask, could he remain prudent? Achilles smiles widely. He exclaims that he is not able to restrain himself, because even his palms have already smoked. Julius asks if Achilles understands what is happening around. This Achilles replies that it was Julius who started this duel. In addition, penetration into the palace without permission is not to be liked. Julius lowers his head and notes that Alma is among the invitees. Hill only sighs, they say. The man again chats. He jokingly suggests that he has some magic phrase for all occasions. Achilles covers even more anger, and he decides to leave without hesitation. Achilles is annoyed with a tongue. He is approached by a knight and is interested in excitement whether everything is fine with him. He tries to convey to the general what consequences the retreat of the troops can lead to. He scratches his back with his hand and notes that he will still handle one monster, but to strengthen two at the same time. This is too much. The knight is surprised to ask what that should mean. Achilles felt a creepy cold from Alma, as if Julia immediately split in half in his eyes. He compresses his hand firmly and decides that the battle with Alama will happen later. Julius approaches Alma and asks whether they are really friends with the moon. He sincerely apologizes for a rough meeting. After that, he seems to call his name. He adds that he is known in the kingdom as a great sage. At this point, Alma understands everything. His gaze first stops at Julius, a person he has heard a lot of contradictory stories. But in his own eyes, she sees strikingly different from his ideas. Julius is not as spacious as he drew. Julius is interested in the purpose of Alma to the kingdom. Alma bows low and reports that he has arrived here on behalf of Fenrir to talk to the great sage Julius. He also apologizes for appearing without invitation with Raoul. Alma confesses that until some time he was convinced that they were waiting for a battle. However, he finally came to think that it is better to resolve a dispute with words rather than a sword. That is why he is grateful that Pharaoh's estate was given a thorough knowledge of the art of negotiation. Julius asks the boy if he wants to say something. Alma states that Lord Erica was unreasonably accused of organizing the uprising. Alma tries to assure the man that neither the Lord nor his people would harbor any hostility towards the kingdom. To confirm his goodwill, he proposes to give one of Ferindol's relics. In fact, Alma just grabbed an artifact from his own treasury. Julius assures that there is no need for this. The boy is surprised to widen his eyes. The man comes closer and confesses that Alma's offer is truly attractive, but he has already agreed with the moon. Julius reports that Luna agreed to become his wife. The Roll and Alma are stunned by this news. The moon was embarrassed to the side. Edward was in Eric's room, where he solemnly announced, from this day, one of the most influential people of the kingdom would become his son-in-law. He assured that neither Fenrir nor his relatives would never know the disadvantages. Hearing this, the man did not restrain his tears, realizing the price of all his daughter. Raoul rose from the floor, clenching his fist and lifting it up. Landing loudly, he accused Julius of simply changing one hostage to another. Raoul insisted that this marriage could not be considered legal. Julius, with lightning in his eyes, looked at the boy, and Raoul, frightened by this look, quickly hid behind the back of Alma. Julius notes that marriages from the calculation occur quite often. He is convinced that if both parties have agreed, such an alliance can be considered a common marriage. In his opinion, everything happens within the framework of the rules established by the kingdom. Julius returns to the girl and asks if he thinks. The moon is hesitant in response. She tries to say something but does not find the right words. However, as soon as his view stops at Alma, he instantly pauses. Alma is intensely waiting for the elaboration. The girl lowers her head, as if hesitating. She appeals to Alma and Raoul, expressing their sincere gratitude for their come here for her. She assures everyone that everything is fine with her. Luna confidently states that if she becomes the wife of a great sage, she will be able to protect her native lands. Moreover, with the support of the kingdom, Fenrir will be able to develop muck. The moon again bows the head and quietly confesses. The main thing for her is the happiness of relatives, because then her heart is full of joy. She wanted to add a few more words, but silently stopped halfway. Alma urged the moon to move on, but Julia instantly covered her with a cloak, protecting against danger. Julius led the girl, announcing that the ceremony was appointed the next day. He assured that the bride's friends, including Alma with others, would also be able to join the event. He ordered the servants to hold Raoul and Alam to the guests. Julius turns to the moon, noticing her fatigue, and advises her to relax. They go away together, and Alma only silently watches how they are removed. A few hours later, the moon sat on her bed in the room, looking thoughtfully at the wedding dress that stood in front of her. The girl thought about her words that she was happy when her relatives were happy. She realized that this is the true desire of her heart. The girl thinks that she made her suddenly doubt at this moment. The girl died into thinking about her feelings for Alma, as suddenly her reasoning was interrupted by an unexpected knock on the window. She turned and saw Alam. Her appearance surprised the girl. Raoul went to the guest room, and the luxury of her decoration pleasantly impressed him. He mentally noted that everything was done here with a real royal grandeur. Even the most freedom hotels cannot shade as sophistication as this room. Turning to Alma, Raoul asked if he was wrong in his impressions. Alma almost does not show emotions but still silently agrees. Raoul unexpectedly hears the knock on the door and immediately goes to find out who dared to visit at that moment. The guy noticed Edward. The man said he wanted to talk to the adventure seekers alone. Alma went to the moon room. The girl wondered in surprise what he was doing here. Alma explained that she came personally to find out if she was really fine with her, and was carefully waiting for her response. The moon assures that everything has already been decided. She is convinced that there is no other way to protect her father, native lands and residents. But unexpectedly, Alma interrupts the girl, asking if the moon really believes that this is the only way to protect their state. He extends a girl to a girl. The moon quickly understands. It's a glove. She asks why she needs a glove. Alma tells how Sir Edward came to him and made an unusual offer. The man remembers how he went into their room and suggested to hold a duel. Edward explained the ancient tradition of the kingdom. If someone has a denial against a future marriage, Luna is wondering whether this means that in the case of Alma's victory, Julius will have to obey him. Alma with a smile confirms her assumption. Alma is almost 100% convinced. It is a trap. He knows well that a certain oath is hidden in the glove. Alma is sure. Edward and Julius were carefully prepared. It seems that Julius was counting on a duel from the very beginning. That's why he rejected Alma's proposal. The young man is well aware that Julius's sage cannot be underestimated. The girl tilted her head, thinking, if Julius wins, the Randial land would no longer succeed. At the same time, she knew well. Julius's strength is striking, and in the case of Alma's defeat may be in a hopelessness. Noticing this anxiety, Alma wondered what the girl thinks about it. She lifts her head and looks at the guy inquisitively. Alma shares her reflections on different possible developments. He notes, for a girl, true happiness is the joy of her loved ones. However, her relatives and friends will not be happy until she misses herself. Likewise for Alma. He wants to see a smile on her face. Alma states that if the moon is really satisfied with everyone, he will simply leave thoughts about the glove and go on its way. But if the girl is unhappy, he will reach her arm immediately and agree to the match. The guy extends his hand and assures that Julia will be sure to win. The girl, having discouraged, casts a look at Alam. Emma wants the moon to trust him and reveal his true desires. The girl lowers her head, trying to utter something, but a wave of strong feelings deprives her of the gift of language. In a few seconds, the girl apologizes. The guy wants to cheer her up, but she does not give him a word insert. The girl confesses that she left last time, without waiting for Alma. She did not even believe that the guy would be able to invent something. The moon understands that it may seem selfish. But after meeting this boy again, she realized, above all, she wants to be near Alma and those she loves. She wants to return to her native land together. In her heart, hope is glowing. She wants to trust Almi. The girl burst into tears and Alma gently hugged her, giving a warm smile. He gently reassured the girl, promising that everything would definitely be fine. Alma listened carefully to her request. The guy was glad that Luna finally dared to take the risk and believed in him. Now it is time to justify her hope. Alma solemnly promises to do everything for the moon to be happy. The girl looks at the boy in a confusion, and then begins to blush brightly from embarrassment. She admits that her words were very ambiguous. All this time, Achilles, which swept on the roof, watched carefully for everything that happened. His face stretched a sly smile. Everything he saw was fun. At first he was surprised by the appearance of Alma, which was aimlessly wandering the palace, but now everything was clear to him. Achilles began to admire the idea of a duel. He even wanted to take part. He was attracted to the idea of how interesting it will be, because 3 people have never gone to the duel before. Achilles only hopes that Julius and Alma will not agree to act together against him. Then everything will be perfect. The man thought about something else, but suddenly an unexpected thought came in his mind. He smiled, remembering something important, and confidently noted that he had already invented a witty plan. Achilles smiles restrained, anticipating how he will release all his cry. He jumps from the roof and walks away. The moon notices how the guy is alert. She asks what happened to him. Alma replies that everything is fine. The guy realizes that Achilles monitors them closely, so he immediately feels his presence. Smiling, Alma mentally warns the moon. She is sure that everything will not be as easy as it seems. Alma is staring at the window, while the moon stands behind, embarrassed and does not understand what is happening. In this case, he understands that it is necessary to prepare for tomorrow's battle. He almost stopped in the corridor of the palace, looking around every now and then, trying to make sure that no one was watching him. The young man presses his palms against the wall in front of him, looking hard. He was convinced that there should be a secret move somewhere. Touching one of the bricks, he feels that she is a little exposed. His eyes are involuntarily rounded out of surprise. It seems that the find has succeeded. Just in front of him suddenly opens the passage. With a smile on his face, he confidently steps inside. The passage is closed. When Alma traveled to a secret corridor, he recalled the day 200 years ago, when he first found himself in the capital of the kingdom. He built here, as he said, a hiding place for secret deeds. The young man recalls that at the very beginning of his journey, he dreamed of getting to this hidden hiding place, creating this shelter. I used all the knowledge of the spatial expansion and magic of pocket measurements. Thanks to this, you can instantly get to any corner of the kingdom. The young man thought about his recent conversation with the moon. He remembered that the girl mentioned some promise that Julius gave her. He was immediately interested in what he promised. The moon explained to him that Julius was training hard to keep the promise that he once gave from the same photo he was looking at. The guy thought about this photo. The moon wondered if this knowledge would be useful to the boy. Alma confidently confirmed, adding that to win Julius, you need to study it first. The moon smiled and noticed that she rests with the boy. Alma stepped in a hidden corridor, thinking why Julius sought power. In her head there was an assumption. Apparently the reason lies in some promise. She broke her head, trying to guess what this promise was. Perhaps if you consider the photo carefully, you will be able to find a hint. Alma can become the one who will help Julius fulfill her promise. The young man hopes that everything is settled without unnecessary noise. At the same time, he thinks, not to take a person from the photographs. This option is far from perfect, but when it swings to the moon, it is ready to resort to any means. Finally, the guy goes to the right door and smiles satisfied. Going inside, he notices one of his ancient works, and thinks about what can lead to spontaneous creation of new premises. In his past life, it was more important for him, not the planning or design of rooms. Alma comes closer and carefully examines the find. Putting his hand on her, he is surprised to realize that she has survived much better than he seemed at first glance. He looks at a huge column that stands right in front of him. It seemed to him that in 200 years he was covered with dust. Looking around, the guy thinks of how he has not been in these places for a long time. It was a homemade bottle. 200 years have passed since all Alma's friends have passed in this world. So this artificial face has caused a wave of nostalgia in the boy. The guy is gently holding his hand on the golem, they say. They have not seen themselves for 200 years. She thanked the creature with sincere gratitude for protecting this place until Alma was absent. An unexpected goal comes to life. He decides that a stranger is in front of him, so he warns loudly, activates the combat regime. Alma could not understand why the ghoul did not recognize him. The stranger attacked Alum, swinging for a blow, but he cleverly evaded. The guy was stunned by the unexpected hostility of the golem. He suggested that Ghoul did not recognize him because the guy was revived in a new body. Alma is clear that the Golem database stores biometric data of its previous implementation. Therefore, the indicators fixed by the system can change freely. Subsequently, smoke starts from the Golem. If the memory of Alma does not let him down, his smoke curtain imposes 3 negative effects at once: paralysis, poisoning, and hallucinations. Alma's own car barrier is unable to repel poisonous evaporas. Therefore, Alma decides to apply Magic Bath, which significantly increases the resistance to the poison. At this point, he remembered that he was equipped with a different sensor for the Golem. Among them were a sensor of mana, a heat sensor, an optical device, and a number of others. Alma is clear. The goal is able to track any enemy even in a harmful poisonous haze. Moreover, he arranged an autonomous tactic of action for each opponent separately. Inexperienced enemies were defeated instantly, notwithstanding the pressure of its powerful attacks. Alma cleverly avoids the stroke of the Golem and is behind him. He notices that the creature released a concentrated acid that has eaten the wall. Alma recalls that such acid is made only from the best raw materials. The guy thought of what to do next. Although he understood, it would be quite easy to break the industry. Unexpectedly, the memories of the past have enveloped him. Before his eyes, he reappeared the day when he collected this industry. Elmo wondered where he went goal, but he did not have time to blink his eye, as suddenly a strange creature emerged behind and attacked him. The conductor does not even have time to react. He shouts loudly. Goal is convinced that he has already dealt with the uninvited guest, so he translates himself into normal regime, turning off the combat functions. But at that moment, Alma suddenly appears behind him and sighs. He notes that he has done everything extremely rapidly, but still managed to create one clone for each species, using all available Golem sensors. The young man touches the head with his hand, activating biometric settings. It exhales with relief. He was able to successfully complete the update. The goal begins to be nervous. At that moment, Alma turns to him and asks not to worry. He takes all the responsibility on himself, recognizing that he could not predict such a situation in his past life. Alma rotates and looks at the Golem. He sincerely hopes that the creature will continue to be sure to watch the shelter, as before. The Golem looks at the guy. Alma wants to show Golem Raul or Luna. The guy covers a wave of nostalgia. He recalls how he was also defective during the trial launch. A child who secretly looked at his work came to the rescue. Alma remembers a black boy who now resembles him. Having reached the management room, the guy sharply stops the course of his memories. In this room, Alma concentrated all the important information and kept everything under control. At first, he used this place to keep track of the entrance and exit from the shelter. Subsequently, he became not enough. He sought to leave his mark everywhere, turning thousands of invisible eyes into his network, which he watched closely over the whole kingdom. The young man dropped on a chair and got something fast on the keyboard. He searched for Julia's room. The idea flashed in her head. If she does not find a photo from the surveillance cameras, you will have to look for yourself. Finally, the guy got to the room of Julius. But the chambers of the man were not visible. The boy could not find a photo. Alma wondered where he could hide him. He thought that it was possible to search the room until Julius was gone. Maybe the man just went out for a walk. Suddenly, Alma watched the sound of steps. He could not believe that someone except him found a way to a secret hiding, which he knew from his past life. It was Julius. He descended into the control room in observation. I will turn around and start to think about what more steps should be made next. Julius came into the depths of the room. He feared to find out what was happening in the castle. Going to the survey hall, he carefully examined the monitors with surveillance cameras. The man stared carefully at the image from the camera that broadcast the room of Alma and Raul. At first glance, the guests behaved calmly and did not differ. At this point, Alma was hiding behind the wall, holding his breath. He was glad to hear the steps and hid in time. Eyes conveyed to the person, but the boy was most concerned about another. How Julius entered a secret shelter. Alma masked all the aisles with the help of magic, realizing that such a powerful sorcerer like Julius would certainly track them. He did not give him a thought. Where does this man go and what makes him do? The guy was also worried about what happened to Gollum, who had to guard this place. According to the rules, Gaul had to immediately attack anyone who penetrated the database. Alma wondered if Julius could somehow bring herself to the registration system. Then he looked at the man and realized that he was heading just to the Illumin cabinet. In his thoughts, the times when he often sat there, immersed in ancient magical treatises. It seemed to him that a man was looking for a book that could come in handy on a duel. Alma recalls that all the most valuable editions have long been translated into his hiding place. He will find nothing in the office of Julius. Suddenly, Alma notices how Julius takes out a photo from his pocket. The young man guesses, this is probably the photograph that the moon was mentioned. Julius looks into the photo and utters the name that Alma immediately recognizes. Alma cannot understand how possible it is possible. He has devoted his entire life to the study of magic and to hone his skill. Only a few knew his real name. Julius said his former name. Alma recalls how he once sat in his office when a dark-haired young man named Julius came to him, the same who was recently injured by a frantic Gallum. Now this guy has brought him food on his own. Alma, a little discorded, apologized, explaining that he had briefly grown. The guy reported that he would leave food next to the owner. He carefully put a purse with a provision on the table near the chair. Whether it is to get a boredom or from boredom, Alma, without remembering it, began to teach Julia magic. He may have just lacked communication, and he was looking for an interlocutor. Alma pointed towards and asked the boy to look at the golem. The bright flash illuminated the room, and Julius, shouting, asked what it was. Alma quietly approached the golem and took a picture from there. He explained that it was only an experimental model. The man told the boy that the goal combined the optical sensor with the magic of light. Then he showed a photo of Julius. He adopted the picture enthusiastically, saying that he seemed to see a completely different world. Alma added that creating photos is very reminiscent of how our eyes work. Julius lifted his head and asked if he could take this photo with him. The man allowed him, though he was surprised. There was no color shade in the picture. However, Julius just shrugged and replied that it did not matter. The guy squeezed a photo in his hand, sincerely promising to protect her above all. Julius carefully holds the photo in his hand. Julia appeared on his face when he returned to the moment again. He saw that the dust had already reached the chair of his mentor. Alma carefully left her hiding place. He noticed that the great sage, Julius, carefully removed the office used in his past life. He stroked the old chair with sadness and left the room. Alma thought, if Julius really seems to be the one who may explain that the activity of the golem. Alma guessed that Julius once promised him. He reflected whether the ruthless and cold-blooded prime minister was being guilty of the advent of fear of ordinary people. What promise of Julius made him? Alma couldn't remember. No matter how much it is, the memory did not recall, leaving only the feeling of riddle. But now he had even more reason to fight further. The next morning, the moon in the wedding dress was already standing near the church. She was clearly aware that it is here that in these walls she is married. The moon was met by Julius, immediately noting how great she looks. On his compliment, the girl only smiled and thanked, and then calmly reported that the wedding would not happen. The man smiled, feeling the presence of Alma behind his back, and turned to her. The guy approached the great sage, stretching his glove, and strongly summoned him for a duel. Alma intended to make sure that Julius really was before him. Alma squeezed the glove in his hand and solemnly swore. If he was defeated, he would fulfill any requirement that he would voice. He looked shrewdly in the eye of a man, thinking about the promise just given. Alma states that in the event of his victory, marriage is invalidated, and all accusations against Lord Freyden will be lifted. Julius accepts the challenge without hesitation. Alma and Julius arrived in the capital of the Kingdom of Fenrir. Before their gaze, a huge amphitheater, surrounded by giant soldiers with weapons in their hands, opened. Alma stood in front of Julius, and a priest was frozen between them. Everyone else retreated to the side, focusing on the duel. People wondered, who is Alma that prompted him to challenge the Prime Minister himself? And how soon does this fierce fight end? The priest solemnly proclaimed the Alma with the winner. The crowd exploded with joyful exclamations. Everyone wondered, who is this mysterious Alma? No one could imagine that they would be lucky to overcome a prominent sage. Then another news came. The moon agreed with the guy. But deeply in the soul she was sure that Alma did not lose. The moon firmly squeezes his fist, remembering the promise of Alma to win. Raoul smiles, but suddenly hears the voice of a man who appeals to the peasants to join. He assured the audience, as soon as they would guess how much Alma will lose, they would be rewarded. He was convinced in his soul. Alma's days were already flying. Suddenly, in the face of the man who took the bet, a bag with gold coins arrived. Raoul put everything he had to win Alma. With a slight laughter, he noted that Alma did not know what defeat is. The moon was stunned by the fact that Raoul risked all his money. The priest urges everyone to focus and announces that the moment has come to start a duel, which depends on the fate of the spouse. The priest says that a man named Alma has expressed his objections to Julius and Luna. He proclaims the rules of victory. It is necessary to make the enemy defeat or reduce him to a condition when he can no longer continue the fight. Whether you have to fight until the last breath depends solely on the fighters themselves. The priest also warns that if someone leaves the arena, it is immediately considered defeat. Alma stared at Julius, recognizing the features that seemed acquaintances to him. It was difficult for him to believe that Julius was really standing in front of him. At this point, the priest announced that the use of weapons was strictly forbidden, although there were some subtleties. Alma viewed 3 possible versions of what is happening. The first was based on the fact that Julius was really Julius, but it remained unclear how he could live for over 200 years. The second version is that we are not a real Julius, but his skilled copy. However, this is unlikely, because the creation of an artificial body that can not only withstand the protection of the golem, but also penetrate it through it, would require too much time and effort. It would be much easier to use a different way. And the third version is that someone used necromantium. Alma believes that the body of Julius is moving, thanks to the forbidden charms. For necromantists, the main thing is to have someone's body. The rest of the questions are hardly concerned. However, it was unclear why they hunted Julius this time. Alma was guessed that the necromant intended to penetrate his secretary. Then Alma realizes that now is not time to be distracted. The priest appeals to Julia and asks whether he will swear to give up the month and obey the requirements of Alma in case of defeat. Julius solemnly swore. The priest then addresses Alma, repeating the same question. The guy looks at Julia and confidently replies that he swears. The priest solemnly proclaimed the beginning of the duel. Alma immediately called on the incredibly powerful magic of fire, to which Julius answered the strongest spell of water. The water spear of Julius and the fiery spear of Alma with frantic force confused in the air. Affected by the destructive explosion that arose from this collision, Raoul, Edward, and Luna froze for a moment. For the safety of the audience installed a protective barrier. Alma and Julius moved the arena rapidly. Alma called on a fiery meteor rain, and Julius answered the highest water charms, causing a storm of water streams. The space around them exploded in a stunning explosion. It seemed that Julius and Alma were opposed to each other on an equal footing. The audience even moved in doubt. Did they see it? Alma realized that all the blows of Julius were only a test. The man seemed to treat their duel without proper seriousness. Alma wondered if it would not cause him even more trouble. Julius carefully touched the tongue of Alma. The man instantly realized that Alma was attacking him. The guy broke his resistance under his feet, and at first seemed like Alma imitated Achilles' techniques. But in a moment, it became clear. The guy just tried to raise a cloud of dust for masking. Alma clenched his fist and stopped sharply, going to strike. He notices the wreckage, and his eyes are instantly expanding from surprise. The young man realizes that Julius used the ice double. At that moment, Julius tries to hit the guy. Alma cleverly evades and bounces back. He notices that several hairs flew from his head. Meanwhile, Julius notes that Alma enters the melee, although he is a magician. Julius is surprised to note the combat skill of the opponent, despite his young age. Then he calls for the help of water magic and exclaims, "Isor!" It breaks off and rapidly rushes. At the same time, he notes that with every minute, Alma is becoming an interesting rival. Alma takes a battle rack, jokingly answering that it is a compliment for him. He then uses the spell on physical strength, a man with a scope waving his sword. The guy causes him a few blows in a row. The man does not have time to evade, so he exposes the sword in front of him. Alma breaks the blade of his weapons. He immediately notices how Alma swings for the second time, preparing for a new blow. Alma causes a devastating blow, flying fragments of the eye on all sides. He realizes that only the ice ghost is before him. At the same moment, a man notices how just a lightning blade of sword appears near his throat. He was aware that he had come together with a prominent sage, so for him such a course of events was not a surprise. He notes that Julius deliberately used the magic of ice at the beginning to scatter fragments throughout the arena and hide his double. After that, he wondered if he understood everything correctly. Alma is wondering why he has not yet received a blow. Julius calmly replies that he just waits the right moment. He is wondering why this place was chosen to lure him. The guy cannot tread what Julius says. Looking back, he notices that the land under the feet of that man began to be covered with cracks. A giant worm suddenly emerged next to him. Julius immediately guessed that this creature appeared here thanks to magic. He instantly straightens with an underground monster with one powerful blow. The man turns to Alma and, smiling, confesses that he has been exposed. The man did not look away from Alma, standing in front of her. The guy wondered where Julius learned that he had caused this monster. Julius reached out to Alma, causing the most powerful spell of ice, the icy lotus flower. All the space around is frozen in icy real estate. Raul and Muno embraced in alarming anticipation due to the state of Alma. Before their eyes, a large icy block stood, next to which Julius stood. Julius looks around and insecurely asks whether the guy really used the teleporter. Alma stood right above him. Julius noted that this magic is quite dangerous. But if we carefully monitor everything around, fear passes. The man has ice sorrow. He creates icy spears. At that moment, Alma monitors her husband. He understands that Julius has already calculated every step in advance. Then the guy decides to go to everything and ignites the most powerful spell of fire, the soupful heat of magic. To the flame it also adds to the lightning, weaving the elements together. It is at this point that Julius takes his hand back and corresponds to the spell of water. Julius calls for the consolidation of God of the Ice, and Alma replies to him by the magic God of Fire and Thunder. Their powerful forces face a fierce duel. Julius explains that since the moment Edward voiced the boy's name, he felt that their meeting would inevitably end in that way. He also learned that Alma has no constant shelter after exile from the family and wandering the world. Alma is amazed that this man knows about her journey. The man remembers the real stream of nightmares, which has covered the trading city of Terrastale. In addition, he heard that in the mountains, tonight suddenly emerged, and a creature, a giant, as if a mountain, suddenly disappeared. Subsequently, having carefully studied these events, the man noted that both cases coincided with the movement of the boy after his expulsion from Ferris. With the help of a branched Royal Intelligence Network, Julius gathered detailed information about Alum and all his actions. Now he is able to predict not only the appearance of the monster, but also all the further actions of the boy. The man tries to freeze the guy. Alma deviates back, makes a jump and, landing. With surprise noticing that the ice has already begun to braid his legs, Julius continues and notes. It is not only striking in the ability to use high magic, but also the ability to combine different spells for a more powerful result. In his opinion, Alma really has a great shake. At the same time, Julius is aware that both types of magic take time to accumulate mana. He notes that it is not difficult to neutralize such an attack if you know how much time it takes to prepare. The man adds that if the Alma barrier is able to contain his icy attacks, then the spread of a cold aura will not hurt. He asks if he thinks. Alma shakes the ice with her boots, and mentally notes that Julius is really smart. Julius takes off and announces that it is time to put an end to this battle. He uses unique ice magic, the spell Iceberg. Alma realizes that Julius entered this duel, fully confident in her own victory. Julius asks what is happening here. He states that it is time to Almi to open his secrets. He is interested in finding out if the guy can surrender before the icy depth will crush him. Rael exclaims with horror, seeing the icy cell. In his opinion, this spectacle is truly scared. He is concerned about it that in such close space, Alma will not be able to evade if this attack reaches the target. Alma stands just under the icy climate. He is convinced that he will only need one attempt to achieve the goal. In his head, he searches for the idea, trying to come up with the right way. Suddenly, Julius exclaims to Alma, which can also become his strength. The guy is wondering, trying to understand what that means. As Julia mentioned, he is familiar with the history of Alma. He suggests that the expulsion from the family has severely affected the guy. In his opinion, Alma went to the west to become stronger and return for revenge. Such a course of events quite suits him. Julius and no idea have about the true essence of Alma's techniques. He does not want to lose such a gifted person. He requires the boy to admit defeat and bow his head in front of him. Alum is convinced that it is only necessary to agree to become his right hand. He will open the way to power, and his strength will become the second most important in the whole kingdom. Raoul with the moon with anxiety looked at the guy, and Julius froze in anticipation of the answer of Alma. The guy lowered his head, involuntarily assuming that those who heard about his adventures in the East could decide. he was in despair. In fact, this is not true. Alma looks and thanks Julius for his generous offer. However, he finally refuses. She is satisfied with how everything is happening now and does not want to change anything. Alma does not even think to accept the proposal of Julius. Only traveling with the moon and Raoul are important to him, and the days spent in Fenrir will remain in his heart forever. The moon was pleased with the choice made by Alma. Julia creaked her teeth from annoyance. Alma returns to the great sage and says he just remembered something. He explains, "This is a spell that Julius has not seen." He leans closer and adds that Julius has some idea of this spell. Julius is confused and does not understand anything. Alma stretches a hand, and the storage facility arises instantly in his palm. Julius looks at the guy suspiciously without hiding the alertness. All viewers try hard to guess what kind of box he got. Julius realizes that a storage facility before him. He has already heard about such magic. He suggests that Alma is going to get something extraordinary, perhaps ancient weapons. The duel rule pops up in memory. Weapons are quite permitted if it is fascinated. Julius believes that he is now completely handled. He is even captured by what is happening. Meanwhile, the stranger emphasizes, "You can argue anything, but no weapons will stop it." Alma decides to use this magic. He causes a galoma, and Julius, watching him, froze. At that moment, the brakes ruthlessly waved his weapon, directing a powerful blow to Julius's icy armor. However, so it was cleverly evading. Julius thought why Goal was in the arena. He was especially embarrassed where Alma came from this creature. He suspected that the guy secretly penetrated the secret room and stole Golem. However, Julius was most concerned that he was unable to destroy this creature. When he raised his mighty hand to blow, Julius shouted sharply, ordering him to stop. He was hotly convincing the creature that they were not enemies. Hearing this, the Goal froze. Now he accurately defined his goal. His movements stopped. Julius watched the giant with a tense look. Suddenly, Alma appears behind Julius. He says the man has finally opened. Julius rotates, and it is at this moment that Alma touches it. It imposes a spell, light purification. Julius hastily covers his eyes, trying to protect himself from a dazzling glow. Raoul asked what was happening because he was blinded by a bright flash. He saw nothing. Suddenly, a mask flies from Julius and falls down. Everyone is striking his displeased face. The man asks why Alma used the spell of purifying light. He notes, if she resorted to attacking magic, she would undoubtedly kiss the target. He was wondering why Alma used the same magic that removed the negative states. Alma replies that he wanted to make sure that Julius really owned his body. The man, however, does not understand what exactly is. Alma asks as a surprise, did he not guess yet? He asks Julius to share his thoughts. Who, in his opinion, really is this man? The man widens his eyes in surprise. Julius asks what Alma has just voiced. He is striking where the guy learned his real name. Alma is amazed. Did the man still understand anything? Julius stunned his gaze. Julius sighed heavily and said that he was now clear. He finally realized where the Almanom came from his real name. He confidently adds that all the strength and ability to control the golem have passed to Alma. She stole them. He claims that the guy even stole the books of his mentor, Magic and Research. Alma cannot understand why he was defeated. For his entire past life, he has never met a person who was reborn for the second time. Such a gift is extremely rare. And who would believe that the reincarnated soul will be so calm about his former existence? He thinks how you can convince him of the truth of his words. Julius squeezes his fist. 200 years he tirelessly searched his teacher, eagerly seeking to meet him again. It is rage, and he declares that it is impossible to forgive. He does not fit in his head why he chose the name of his teacher among all the names of Alma. Alma silently contemplates Julius. The goal was slowly approaching the moon and Raoul. Raoul did not understand what Alma was talking about with Julius, because no sound came to him, and the moon seemed to be upset. Alma is interested in why Julius was so boiling to her master. She asks whether this was the reason for some mighty magic, or the extremely desirable thing. He did not rest why everyone around us is so interested in a person who has been going to eternity for 200 years. Julius sharply commands Alma to silence. He convinces her that his master is still alive because he gave him a promise. The boy is thinking about what the promise was. Julius tells about the events of that day. Soon, the boy managed to use ice magic and create a snowflake. The teacher praised him, noting that the young man had a special shake in ice magic. He added that the student should now focus their efforts in this direction. The man noticed a strange expression on the boy's face and immediately wondered what had happened. Laying his head and smiling, Julius confessed that he's seeking to master the magic that a master once demonstrated to him. The man thought for a moment. He acknowledged that this magic is still under development, especially given that Julius is still not powerful. The young man promised he will surely become more powerful. But then the man noted that he would probably leave that place soon. Julius looked at him with anxious. The man shared that he had heard fascinating rumors about the Eastern detachment, and soon, next week, he departs from here. The guy was worried and felt a real disappointment. On the day of his departure, Julius was opposite this man. His heart squeezed the bitterness of farewell. Noticing that the boy looks upset, the man asked him to look at the room. Julius lifted his head and looked closely at the stranger. The man assured that the guy would have access to all books and magic artifacts. He also emphasized that many of these folios can be profitable, and then the boy will never have to worry about money again. In addition, a man added, some of these books can make him much stronger. Julia was captured. He was genuinely glad that the opportunity to work with magical artifacts and ancient treatises. The man warned the guy to be careful because the war seems to be about to come to these places. He assured that until the guy leaves the boundaries of this room, he was not threatened. However, if you lose a special mark, the door will close forever. The guy thought about the war. The man in this moment noted that it would not be easy. He wondered if he could rely on the guy. The guy's eyes extend from determination, and he assures that he will do everything right. He swears to protect this place until his teachers return. The man smiled wide, gently patted the boy on his head, and thanked for his help. On farewell, he assured that their paths would necessarily cross. Julius exclaimed that his master would certainly keep the word and return. That is why he protects this home, the owner of the room and the whole country. Julius is fine for all this purpose, because he unconditionally believes the gentleman will definitely return. Alma did not attach much importance to this promise. He believed that Julius was Julius. Once upon a time, he lightened the guy with a simple whim, but over time, this event became much meaningful to him. Not wanting someone to disgrace the memories that it became expensive for him, Alma was desperately protecting this place for 2 centuries. When Emma first met with Julius, she was on the verge of death. They were no longer destined to see. Thus, her first life was cut short, and she did not fulfill her promise. Alma tried to say a few words. Julius grabbed the boy, raising him in his arms, and immediately noticed that he was sobbing, crying before him. This reaction of the boy stunned the man. Alma reports that the man she wants to meet, Julius, has long died. It happened 200 years ago. However, the interlocutor does not listen to her. He categorically denies, accuses Alma of lies, and refuses to believe her words. Nevertheless, Alma does not seem and hardly tries to convince her man not to behave like a real villain. Julius asks the boy to stop. Alma confesses that now she feels only gratitude to the goddess for her gift. After all, he had the opportunity to see Julius again and to correct old mistakes. The man looks at the boy in surprise. He sees that Alma is really in tears, but it is still difficult for him to believe and heard. In his thoughts, the words of Alma about the death of his mentor are spinning. Julius is in the spotlight and lifts his mask from the ground. He notes that if Alma seeks to continue to maintain this comedy, Julius is also ready to pick up the game. The man puts on the mask, solemnly saying that he will throw all his strength in battle and will apply all the spells known to him. Julius connects the palms and calls for help special spatial magic. He brings around the icy prison, instantly hiding everything around the ice walls. Alma watches with his incredible force. Julius, standing on the ice throne, announces that it is time to experience alum. He adds that not only thoughts are cold in these icy spaces, but also life itself is fading away from the cold. He wants to know how many more Alma will be able to insist on his own. Meanwhile, Alma covers icy cold. His legs were clamped. Suddenly, Alma recalls that Julius has not demonstrated the completed form of ice prison. He is pleasantly surprised by how the boy managed to reproduce the spell, only once saw him in action. He is genuinely admired by Julius's abilities. The man asks what it means. Alma makes the palm and solemnly announces that the moment has come to fulfill the promise. He is about to apply the unique magical art of space, the spell Visions Carved in Icy Deep. The audience looked with enthusiasm at the giant icy block that rose above the whole arena. Raoul tried to understand what was happening here. Inside, strange, bizarre sounds came from the inside. Alma said the spell, visions engraved in the icy cliff. Julissa looked around, trying to understand what exactly Alma was. He suggested that it was probably some icy magic. Julius seemed to be a woundy movement, no breath. It is like an icebreaker. He couldn't even take advantage of magic. His cold breath no longer filled the arena, and the ice floes froze in the air without touching the ground. Elma began to say that all matter in the created world is imbued with slices, which is called elements of time. Alma states that if you make these particles move faster, the course of time will accelerate for a person, and when their movement slows down, the flow of time will slow down, respectively. In the end, it completely stopped the movement of the particles, and time finally froze. Alma explained that magic, capable of expanding the power of the ice prison from the usual cold to the control of time, gave an image carved in the ice. It was difficult for Julius to imagine that such was possible at all. Alma notes that thanks to the innate talent of Julius to icy magic, he at the intuitive level feels the very essence of the ice world. Julius realizes that without true skill to master magic for such perfection would be impossible. Almost just as he sought to demonstrate Julius a spell 200 years ago, he apologized to Julius for making him wait. The man was crying. Now he has confidently recognized in Alma the benefactor who once she sheltered. The icy block is scattered into pieces. The priest and all the surrounding breaths watch the amazing sight. Raoul thought who won. Julius stood in the middle, confident and steadfast. The moon was concerned about the man, thinking that Alma was defeated. But suddenly she noticed how Julius fell to the ground, and right in front of him was Alma at that moment. All viewers were simply stunned by what they saw. He reassures that he will not leave the capital in the near future, so he will be able to conduct his own investigation. Julius nods with gratitude, and then, seriously, calls on Alma not to act inadvertently. Alma goes to the exit, noting, the guy heard the moon called him by his name. The girl ran to him and hugged firmly. A sincere smile blossomed on his face. The girl assured the boy who sincerely believes in his victory. They were approached by Raoul and Edward. Raoul, as always, smiled carelessly, putting his hands behind his head, and Edward barely kept a smile. Alma notes that the audience was extremely excited. He did not seek to attract superfluous attention. Edward notes that no one could imagine that Mr. Julius was defeated. In addition, Edward adds, such duels are a real rarity. The last bride was stolen 140 years ago. Alma nods and makes it clear that everything is fully aware. Hearing Edward's words, the guy is wondering what really means the phrase about the bride's abduction. Edward explains that the duel was conceived as a form of protest against political marriage, and an attempt to repel the bride. According to the law, almost victory means that it and the moon are already considered spouses. The moon and Alma were getting rid of, and Raoul, stunned, opens the mouth wide with surprise. Raoul is interested in Edward why they were reported only now. The man replies that he personally takes care of all the preparations for the ceremony, so the moon and Alma may not be worried. But it was Raoul that was not at all. The moon was red with embarrassment, hearing talking about wedding with Alma. The guy was also amazed. The idea that he would have to get married caught him by surprise. After the battle in the arena, Alma, together with Julius, they returned to the office. Julius, sitting opposite, listened to his every word carefully and inseparably. Yes, it was from the place where they stopped and then smiled at each other. Julius begins to talk about the events that happened 200 years ago. Removing the mask, he remembers how 10 years after the departure of Alma, in the outskirts of the capital, he had to come together with an extremely powerful magician named Demon. Hearing this, Alma's face froze in a stunned surprise. He guesses what happened. The man neatly pushes the strand of hair, opening his eyes. Alma notices that Julius's vision is amazed by their dawnness. Julia suggested that excessive use of magic weakens the body's natural protection. Julius tells that demons are humanoid monsters who are able to talk. They live much longer than humans and have more powerful bodies, but are known for their cruelty. According to Julius, since ancient times, demons have been in enmity with the goddess and have repeatedly entered clashes with humanity. The man says that according to legend, during the Great War, 200 years ago, the legendary hero destroyed most demons with their king. Julius faced the demon, and suddenly his body began to stone. The demon turned, in surprise, saying that he could not imagine that during his short sleep, most demons would have time to die. He turned, smiled warmly, and stated that he would be pleased to try himself as a new king. Julius could not imagine that he would have to be defeated. He mentioned the promise given to him by Alma. That is why he gathered all his strength in his fist and swore not to lose. The young man raised his hand with determination, getting ready to strike Demon. The demon turned back, scattering the predator's smile. The man threw him reproach in arrogance. But the sudden pressure of Julius immediately dumped a demon from his feet. However, Julius has to put up with partial extortion. According to him, now it has more stone than living flesh. Julius again put on his mask and noted that fossilized cells were almost not prone to aging. Although his hair was gray, the body remained unchanged for years. Finally, Alma comprehends the true reason why Julius managed to live for more than 200 years. However, Julius had no idea when it would finally turn into a stone. According to him, this can happen at any moment. Julius notices how Alma misses. He apologizes, recognizing that all this happened because of his careless words. Julius tries to encourage Alma, assuring that he is not worried about his own body. Moreover, he even jokes that in some ways it has its advantages. The man notes that his fingers are cold, but collisions with other people do not cause any pain. In addition, it effortlessly splits nuts. Alma summarizes, in front of her, a real optimist. Julius notes that his greatest achievement is acquaintance with Alma. The man smiles. Alma is also happy that their paths have crossed. Julia notes that his situation is not as difficult as Alma. He considered the rebirth only a fictional concept of books. Julia is convinced that the guy has experienced something painful, given the outlook of people. However, Alma denies. Everything was different. In that new world, the belief in the goddess really rooted deeply. Many believe that after death, the soul goes to the monastery of the goddess, where she erases all the memories of the past life with sins, and only then the soul receives a new birth. Alma was thinking about his gift of reincarnation, which distinguished him from others and deprived it of just a flow. 200 years ago, religious fanatics were especially difficult to put up with it. Julius asked how to do him. Ilma looked at the man with surprise, not understanding what exactly was about. Julius is interested in how to turn to a man, as it used to use a new name. He sighs and assures that he does not mind if Julius continues to call him the old way. At the same time, he reminds that now his name is Alma. Julius states that she will call him as Alma desires. Bowing, he swears solemnly, from now on his life belongs to Almi. The guy drinks tea and sighs that there are too many. Without restraining, it burns the tongue and complains that the drink is too hot. Julius, meanwhile, is rapidly strict. He calls Edward. He goes to the office silently and listens carefully to the Prime Minister. Julius screams with despair to immediately call the court doctor to his office. Alma tries to reassure the agitated Julius. Edward carefully asks whether to call a particular doctor for Alma. In response, Julius exclaims to bring everyone they can. Alma with a smile notes that he is too dramatizing the situation. After the duel, Luna and Raoul were going to return to Franordol immediately, but Luna asked to postpone the departure. She has not yet got acquainted with all the treatises stored in the library. Julius offered them a home, so they decided to stay in the capital so far. Raoul attracted the attention of Alma. He showed a gesture on the fountain. For Alma, this was not something unusual. In the capital, fountains happened at every step. But for Raoul, who first came to the city, the watering was a real discovery. Alma felt a wave of light nostalgia. The moon approaches the guy and slightly leaning on his shoulder. Alma was worried about whether everything was fine with the girl. The girl apologizes, confessing that she just felt dizziness. The young man cautiously leaned his forehead to the forehead of the moon, measuring its temperature. He noted with a serious look that it was a low temperature. The moon was scattered. In a terrible embarrassment, she bounced and shouted that everything was fine with her. The young man was surprised to follow how she escapes, and without realizing what happened, but did not stop her. After a duel between him and the moon, a clumsy, tense atmosphere reigned. He suggested that the girl suspects him that he was a reincarnator. At the same time, the girl was pursued by the memories of the wedding with Alma, why she felt terribly awkward and confused. Alma wondered if the girl did not get sick. After studying her symptoms, he came to the conclusion that it was not about the usual ailment, but about a sharp rise in level. The girl did not realize what that means. So Alma explained that the level rises when the body does not have time to adapt to a rapid increase in strength. Then there are manifestations such as headache or fever. The guy opened system settings and began to say that such difficulties are a kind of adulthood. He noted that the level of the moon climbed to the 5th. Alma remembered how lately the moon was competing with a noticeably powerful rivals. It was because of this that she was able to gain a lot of experience. The girl did not hide joy. Now she became even stronger. Suddenly, everyone was looking at Raoul. He suddenly confessed that he was somehow not by his own, growing. The moon did not hide his behavior and wondered why he was doing so. And Alma just smiled and suggested that it was a normal envy. Alma mentioned that his level was still the 1st. He was thinking about how to move to the next step. It was necessary to accumulate only 1% of the minimum experience. However, with each new level, the need for experience has grown. To quickly get points, we had to engage in duels with strong and dangerous opponents. But even at the end of his life, Alpha hardly managed to increase his level. It seems to him that Fenrir and Julius could be a serious threat, but it was simple to defeat them. For him, these opponents were worth no more than a small obstacle. Usually, a considerable experience was required to achieve this level. The reflections of the boys were suddenly interrupted by the moon and Raoul. Raoul wondered what to do with a new increase in level. Alma replied that everything is simple. You need to relax, reinforce, and gain strength. This answer was quite comforted by Raoul. Raoul demonstrates a heavy bag filled with gold coins, and boasts that he has been quite fortunate with money lately. In his memory, an image of a man who was constantly put on con. The moon is suspicious whether this treasure is really a pair on a duel. Luna, Raoul, and Alma went in search of a place where you can have a snack, but they failed to come across at least one restaurant. Raoul suggested that apparently they were not going down the crowded streets. Suddenly, the guy felt as if he had already been in a similar situation. This strange feeling seemed to him. Alma suddenly noticed that this street seemed surprisingly familiar to him. He mentioned how 200 years ago he had already visited the restaurant a little further on this road. Raoul did not think that there could be a restaurant in the middle of such a place. Most of all, I remembered that the restaurant was cooked real domestic cuisine, delicious as a child. He also remembers the owner, always generous, treated with heart, and imposed generous portions. Undoubtedly, he knew this institution well. Alma proposes to visit this restaurant, and Raoul agrees that it is possible. They approach the abandoned house, which hangs a plate with the inscription, "Open." Alma looks uncertainly into this house. He is already in doubt. Did he really attend this place 200 years ago? Alma, Luna, and Raoul go to the restaurant. Inside, no soul. Raoul asks whether it is a habitual place. Alma thinks that over time, the restaurant has declined a lot. When he came here before, it was always crowded here. Suddenly, the girl approaches their table. She puts dishes in front of them and apologizes for the delay. The young man first turned his gaze to the moon and Ray, and then began to eat. Raoul with the moon was tasted with dishes and were pleasantly impressed with their taste. Raoul noted that the dishes, though simple, have a surprisingly rich taste. Alma was genuinely glad that his friends liked everything. The moon was also satisfied, and noted the wonderful taste of food. Seeing the mood of the mood improved, Alma finally calmed down and felt true relief. The guy was delighted, and when he tasted the dish, his eyes expanded in surprise. He could not believe that even after 200 years the taste of dishes remained unchanged. He was thoughtful. There are things that remain forever as they were. Raoul fully agrees with Alma. Then he turns, and is interested that it is a strange statue behind Alma. Alma turns his eyes and stops the statues. His gaze fell on a statue made in the form of a cat. Raoul noted that the cat reminds him of the spooky monsters. On the contrary, the moon considered this cat surprisingly sweet. Alma noted that the figure seems familiar to her. At this point, the company came to the company with new dishes and explained that this statuette, a family relic. The young man listened carefully to the girl's words. The owner tells that 200 years ago the founder of this restaurant, her great-grandfather, received a cat from a wandering magician as a gift. Alma thinks of thoughtfully that there have been 200 years since then. The girl continues, saying that this meeting was simply incredible. She told how once a magician fell on the threshold of their restaurant. The guests immediately rushed to him and asked what happened to him. He replied that he was so fond of magical treatises that he did not touch food all week. Raoul with the moon was frozen with surprise, and Alma lowered his head covered with humiliated shame. He is aware that all this happened 200 years ago, but the feeling of shame does not leave him. Raoul compares the situation with the moon, and the girl in despair exclaims that this is not true. The owner said that 200 years ago, this restaurant barely kept afloat, and before closing her ancestors decided to use the last reserves, generously feeding one magician. The magician was so impressed that it was hard to believe that no one would look at this restaurant. In his opinion, the dishes looked extremely appetizing here. Alma recalled all the events in detail. The hostess said that instead of money, he had left her a cat statuette, assuring that it was a real treasure from the depths of the dungeon. According to the magician, this cat statuette is able to attract people. Raoul wondered if visitors had already appeared. The owner replied that the restaurant is gradually gaining popularity, and things went up. But suddenly her eyes were filled with tears. She confessed to pain that every year visitors were getting smaller, and eventually the establishment stopped making a profit. She thought she was guilty of her inability to cook. Raoul and Luna were immediately alert. Raoul decided that the whole thing is in the unsuccessful location of their restaurant. He noted that they accidentally came across this institution. The girl couldn't hold back tears. The moon tried to reassure her, emphasizing that her dishes were really wonderful. Meanwhile, Alma touched the cat statuette and noticed that in 200 years in it almost completely exhausted the reserves of mana. Therefore, the artifact began to act with the opposite result. Raoul cannot believe that a deserted magician could get a real treasure from the dungeon. He suggests that this is not an artifact, but a banal thing. Raoul is already in the mind. This magician is an ordinary fraudster who sought to eat another's expense. Hearing Raoul calls him a liar, Diamos only smiled cunningly. He apologized for the incident in the restaurant. The owner, in turn, begged not to say the magic. Wiping tears, she tells that even on the mortal Audrey, her great-grandfather recalled this magician with sincere gratitude. It was thanks to him that she chose the path of the cook. The hostess listens carefully to the words of the head, and there is an unwavering determination on her face. She sincerely states that he will be eternally grateful to the magician, no matter what. The young man looks at the girl without hiding his hobby. The hostess suddenly revives and apologizes for her tears in front of the guests. She assures that she will constantly work on herself so that the big magician will never doubt her kitchen skill. Alma goes to the exit, noting that they will no longer detain the hostess with Raoul and the moon. He says it's time to say goodbye. Raoul supports him, and together with the moon begins to gather. Alma stopped in front of the door, turned to the hostess and praised her dishes. So delicious that it is impossible to remain indifferent to their aroma. The girl, having become discovering, met his gaze. Finally, the guy assured that they are sure to visit her restaurant. The role, at once gradually threw his hands behind his head, says that the restaurant still turned out to be delicious. He thinks aloud whether this institution will be able to gain popularity again. Alma, in response, assures that he should not worry about it. Suddenly, the guy noticed how passers-by began to discuss the appetizing aroma of the restaurant. They were all about to visit the restaurant of that girl. They did not leave the question of how long this institution has been working. They decided that if the aroma is so seductive, then the dishes should be really delicious. Alma believed that the artifact was only a little attracting people's views. In order to maintain the interest of visitors, a true skill is needed. That is why it left a semolina near the statue, capable of existing for 1,000 years. Alma intended to visit this restaurant again. However, unlike last time, this time he was about to visit there soon, not 200 years. The moon listened carefully to him, but I could not understand what was being talked about. Alma remembered how the owner said that she should improve her skills in all circumstances. Meanwhile, Raoul and Luna noticed that the boy suddenly stopped. They returned to him and asked what had happened. Alma smiles softly and closes his eyes, convincing that everything is fine. He thinks whether the moon and Raoul will be able to accept it when they find out that he is reincarnated. But is it worth opening their true essence? These doubts do not give him rest. Luna is interested in what happened to that guy. Raoul notes that Alma behaves somehow not by itself, and it alarms. The young man is seriously serious. It seems strange to him that as soon as he realized his joy, immediately felt the fear of losing her. Now he thinks, is it really happiness in search of which he went? Raoul, Alma, and Luna approached the palace. Raoul took his breath from surprise. He remembered how Julius suggested staying at the hotel, but unfortunately, he is now under reconstruction, Edward appealed to the entire team and assured that construction was almost completed. Therefore, before the end of the work, they only had to be patient. Edward recounts Mr. Julius's words. "They can't let Mr. Almy live in such a mess," Elma said with a smile that the man had overdone again. The moon was surprised that this building is much exceeding its own home size, and Raoul even confessed that he liked here. The moon, Raoul and Alma are faded in silence, and here everyone appears to exclaim that this building is not a hotel at all, but a real palace. Edward approached Mr. Julius and wondered if he was going to go to Alma. He reminds him that he came here to tell his story. Meanwhile, the man notes that Julius is clearly tense and absorbed by some thoughts. Edward returns and says with a smile that it is not worthy of attention. He will explain everything later when the right moment comes. Edward looks carefully at the man, waiting for the continuation of his words. Julius returns to him with a slight smile. He says he will not interfere with Alma. No longer intends to be a villain. On the contrary, he sought to support his master. Julius states that the quiet days of Mr. Alma is exactly what he is ready to fight for the last breath. His determination is unwavering, because he finally met a man who sheltered him 200 years ago and opened the foundations of witchcraft. Julius met with Alma in a cozy restaurant. The conversation came about an important topic: a mysterious disease that caused anxiety. It has passed about a month since Alma decided to stay in the capital. He felt that he could not go, because he had things that should be finished. Julius stretches a sheet depicting and reports that several people who have lost the gifts of the goddess have strange signs on the body. Alma takes the paper to the hands and carefully examines the mysterious pattern. The guy assumed that this symbol could mean loss. He was remembered by those who became ill with this disease and got rid of their abilities. Alma knew. Rumors of ailment that spread not only their kingdom, but also in other countries of the continent, and more disturbed people. Alma suddenly recalls that he has already happened to him somewhere earlier. He seems surprisingly acquaintance. The guy thinks, trying to remember the details. Finally, Alma suggests that the disease may be associated with some curse. He reassures that he will not leave the capital in the near future, so he will be able to conduct his own investigation. Julius nods with gratitude, and then, seriously, calls on Alma not to act inadvertently. Alma goes to the exit, noting, at that moment, a girl with dark hair stood on one of the hills. She watched the city, listening carefully to the whistle of the wind. Alma began to look more closely into the pattern depicted on the sheet, thinking what this ailment covered the whole capital. He intended to conduct a large-scale study to find out the true nature of this mysterious loss.